Okay. And now I will make you the host again, and we're good to go.
Excellent.
All right. On to the next one.
Will you drop the link in the chat just so I can check it out?
The
Or,
link
I'll
you'll
just-
see at the top where it says live on YouTube.
Yep.
Click that, and there's a copy streaming
Used.
link.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
All righty. Bye now.
Preach. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Professor Hurt. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Great.
Friendly reminder, I can't remember if I told you we are live on YouTube. So
Oh, great. Thank you for the heads up.
yeah, exactly.
Much
You
appreciated.
can even, I don't know if it says at the top of your screen where it says live on YouTube, but you might be
It
able to
does.
click down and find the link if you want to see it.
Great. Thank you.
All right. I'll see you in a bit.
Sounds good.
Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning.
I have tucked a loose order in the top left-hand corner of the concept board.
Oh, perfect.
I mean, the order is as is, of course,
Yeah.
as we read, at least in our region of the country. This is basically, it doesn't allow any time for closing comments. So, but 20 minutes I think is a lot. So I suspect maybe it'll skip ahead. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, because we also have 4 critics counting the TA, but they know how you feel. So maybe, since you and I've been talking to them all semester, maybe we let the 3 critics
Yeah.
pose their thoughts.
hmm
Excellent. Well, all righty.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep the timing as close as possible.
This is your last chance
Yeah, exactly.
to really interrupt me and yell at me.
I swear that timekeeping for a review is the best training for diplomacy. You could go into foreign service after this.
Andrea, will you do me a sizable favor and pin everyone's work? I think
Yes.
it looks like it's about 40% pinned. Oh, maybe it's closer. Oh, maybe it's just Saskia.
Okay, it should all be pinned now.
Excellent. Good morning, Natalia.
Good morning.
Good morning, Brandon.
Good morning. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Good morning, Judith.
Good morning, Andrew.
What a
Good
treat. I
morning,
feel
Team
like
Liles.
we were just in a event together. A thesis review.
Oh, right. Yes.
Hello.
All right.
I knew you didn't mean a social event. I haven't been to a social event in over a year.
Exactly.
Hello,
Hi,
Andrew.
Stuart.
Hello, Judith.
Good
Hello,
morning.
everybody.
Catherine, it's good to meet you. I'm Stuart Hurt.
Hi, I'm just visiting here, covering the event for the school.
Great.
Good morning, Andrea. Is it Andrea or Andrea?
It should be Andrea.
Yeah,
but
excellent. That's okay,
whatever
because
it is.
we have two of those. We have another Andrea too as well. Let's see. I think one more in the waiting room. Perfect. All right.
Andrew, do you have a concept board we should be looking at?
I do. I will post it in the chat. I couldn't remember if I sent it to you last night, but just in case I didn't, here is the concept board. Let me know if that does not get you there. Oh, it's feel it's aggressive to mute everybody. So if everybody could mute themselves, or the students at least, I was getting a little feedback. All right, let's see. I think everyone is in. I'm going to keep an eye. Andrea, Dan, TA Dan, will you keep an eye on the waiting room? I think everyone's in, but just in case, I haven't done a quick count. Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for coming to first year final reviews for the spring semester, for the full year. Quickly, to make sure everybody's aware, we are live on YouTube. So just wanted to make sure you're aware of where your likeness and your verbiage is going. It's spreading across the world. We have a great distinguished guest of critics today. Professor Kennard, Judith Kennard, you see right in the middle, she's, or at least on my screen, is a fellow with the American Institute of Architects, a host of accolades. We only have 4 hours, so I will only take a few minutes to tell you that she has been not only selected as a ACSA Distinguished Professor Award, but Design Intelligence selected as one of the 25 most influential educators. She has been past, she does her duty in academics and the professional world, as you can tell, been in the NAB and the ACSA, past presidents. I didn't memorize this part. Cornell, right? Degree from Cornell.
Yeah,
and
that's enough, Andrew. Move on.
Excellent. Andrea Barden Datina, Professor Barden? Or is that what we shall call you?
Yes.
Excellent, wonderful. Is pursuing her PhD currently and is teaching this year at the School of Architecture in Tulane. Her PhD is in advanced architectural projects at the Polytechnic University in Madrid, where also her bachelor's and her master's are from in architecture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. And we are very glad to have you here. Most of the students will recognize Stuart Hurt because he was on our mid-review. Stuart is a licensed architect practicing at 1-to-1 Studio here in town. He is a graduate of the Tulane School of Architecture program. Originally got his degree from Middlebury College in Italian languages and Italian literature and language. Or Italian language and literature. Oh, you're muted. Hold on.
That's accurate. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Excellent. And I think it's especially poignant as he is a past coordinator of first year design studio at the school at Tulane. Let's see. Catherine Restrepo is gonna watch a little. She introduced herself earlier today, and we're excited to have her. And I hope she pipes up if she wants to comment on something. And that is rounded out by our rock star teaching assistant, third year BART candidate, Andrea Dan, who has been my number 2 in my saving grace for this semester of architecture. So thank you indeed. I couldn't have done it without you. All right. Let's see, I know you've all read the brief. These are our students. Is everybody in the concept board? Please tell me if everybody seems to be in it. Excellent. This is our third year, as y'all read in the brief. This is a Tulane archive. I'm embarrassed to say when I started teaching this curriculum a few years ago, I did not know we had these 8 rich and rigorous archives on the university's campus. And I hate to show the bias, but that Royal Setka's fish collection is pretty insane. It's the largest collection of post-larval fish collection in the world. And even more so, y'all have got, boo COVID, but the site out on the east of New Orleans is in these former Army bunkers, and they are literal, like you want to see green earth roofs. These are Army bunkers concealed from the sky by earth, so they only have one facade showing. We were going to establish a tour, but with COVID and freshmen perhaps not having adequate transportation, it was hard to get out there. But I highly recommend this summer or when it's allowed to go out to that collection. I'm a huge fan of the Jazz Archive. I'm actually a huge fan of all the archives. So as y'all are aware, in this and this sort of fanciful project, we have gathered all these 8 archives into one archive building located at Piety Wharf on the Mississippi River. The beauty of Piety Wharf, one is it's this at this edge of land and river, but it's also, I think, a great site for a first year studio who's just beginning to grapple with this notion of the outside in. So you'll see that the site and their diagrams is really tethered only at one facade, and the other 3 facades are bordered by the Mississippi River. Let's see, we have a consistent layout. If you're in the concept board, let me go ahead and I'm going to share screen right now, but then I will unshare. And as each student reviews, they're aware they're going to share screen and present their work. It's easiest. Feel free to either follow along in concept board or follow on the screen, particularly for their narrative, because maybe they're trying to convey a certain point and talk about a certain notion. And once they do that, they will stop sharing. I will regain the share. And y'all feel free to either just wander in concept board or follow along in my screen. And if we figure out one that's easiest, maybe we'll just stick to that. But you'll see that we will be initially reviewing, presenting in pairs. So each student will present in about 5 minutes apiece in pairs. And then we can either talk about each one individually, or maybe there's a narrative that forms between the 2. You'll see that it looks like everybody's adhered to it. There, wind is blowing. We have, each student has 2 columns and 3 rows, and it's usually almost as we talk about in the path of research. Well, we'll just leave it at that. So we're going to start with a precedent image, a concept image, and a circulation diagram in the top left. And then the bottom should be a plan, the top right should be an axon, and the bottom right should be sections. And then the bottom 2 are perhaps perspectives. We kind of allowed a little muscle flexing in the layout. The last would be how this final project started, where they learned Rhino through drawing rigorously products from these archives. So we began this analysis with studying archival materials in these 8 archives. The students selected some maybe specifically to follow a narrative, or maybe not. and then they drew those as an introduction to Rhino. Another thing that I'm impressed with by this entire first year, and even particularly my section, is that they learned Rhino in this project, and this the level of work you see now is what they've learned in the past probably 8 to 10 weeks learning the program. Let's see, are there any other questions on the project, its location, the program? They will most likely introduce the program, but a lot of us focused on a lot of first year notions of breaking down your program into public and private, and maybe programmatic elements that are both, and maybe how that can maybe set up a design scheme. I would argue that any comments are on the table. If something becomes a repetitive comment that is maybe something we set up as a precondition to the project, I'll point that out, and we can either keep talking about it or moving on. I think that is it. I gave myself 10 minutes and I have 60 seconds left. So let's just sit here and quiet for 60 seconds. I'm just kidding. All right. If there are no more comments, Andrea Dan, TA Dan, is going to be our timekeeper. And we're going to start with Libby Bowers, and she can share her screen and begin. And I should have, for the first time ever, given permission in advance.
Okay. Okay, so in my design, I researched the concept of sidedness in the areas where the public meets private. The more private programs are located in the outermost bands of the gridded system, while the public areas are near the entrance from the plaza. There are programs such as conference rooms, special archives, and research rooms that I classify as semi-private areas and should be located where the private and the public intersect. I analyzed John Hayduck's Diamond Sea House as a precedent for my design. I acknowledged how he placed curved walls into a gridded system and used this as a scheme in my work as well. It is in these areas with curved walls where I determined what should have the materiality of curved glass versus solid wall. The public would have a view of the semi-private archives as well as the working station. This allows the public to see how the artifacts are prepped for the archives. The research rooms and conference rooms are not visible for the public eye while still in this semi-private area.
Andrea, feel free to point that out and zoom in a bit more on your plan, please.
Oh.
That's it. Maybe back up a little. Sorry, that's the last I'll micromanage.
There we go. So this is the semi-private archives with the working stations, and then the conference rooms and the research rooms. So then I'm gonna go to this one. Both of the conference rooms have views of the private courtyard, which only has access for the people working in the archives. Inside this private courtyard is a cypress tree growing from the Mississippi River and a slot for people to see the water below. The language of this outdoor courtyard is paralleled in the public courtyard, which is located in archival space. So this is the public courtyard. This space is able to hold one of the larger artifacts. And then, with the right perspective, the curved glass entryway is contrasted with the curved wall from the plaza. And this introduces the language of sidedness that is used in the interior of the building, and it guides the public into the lobby space. The shelving in the semi-private archives also divides the back of the house area into the loading area for new artifacts and other working and storage area that is private. You can see that in the plan, how it's divided. The shelves for the archives follow the column system as well and respond to the circular semi-private rooms. The shelving system allows the public to wander through the archives with their direction being pointed towards the displayed artifacts and the offices, and also guiding them to the view of the working areas. So that is my presentation. Oh, and here's my last page of perspectives.
All right, thank you. And let's go ahead and have Leo present, and then we will begin discussions. Oh, wait, I forgot. I'm starting with 3, just because I have an odd number, so I thought I'd knock it out. So, and then Saskia will present.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Indeed, indeed.
All right, well, to begin, at the beginning of this assignment, we were suggested to look at precedents, as previously mentioned. Most of these precedents were plans done by other architects, but in my case, I chose a bolder option. I chose a painting by Liles. And after studying its composition, but not only of this piece, but of his work in general, I was able to conclude that many of his works are based on an angled irregular grid. So I tried to use that concept and apply it to the site we were working with. I used one of the diagonals which are parallel to the site on the roads in order to create my own grid using that same style of diagonal, which led me to this concept. The concept was diagonals forming spaces.
Leo, you're losing volume for some reason, whatever. If you could just get back to wherever you were a second there.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah, that's a little better.
How about now?
Oh, that's great.
Awesome. All right, so I applied that grid system into translating it onto my plan. I used 3 major axes, one on the entrance, which is this diagonal, a second one going through it, and a vertical one. Now, as people come by onto the deck, they'll encounter this glass wall, which will cut straight through the archive, showing the extent of works that are stored in here. As you continue down the entry plaza, you'll encounter this mass with some small slots in it that will preview the exhibit room. And as you make your way to the entrance, you will have this open lobby that extends as you go through it. Halfway through that lobby, you will encounter the reception office, which is punctured into one of the walls, just to allow for the continuity of that diagonal. The exhibition room also has access to conference rooms, which also lead to a more private sector of the collection. Following that diagonal, it will lead to this open space, which accesses the research rooms, the office spaces, and the bathrooms, as well as an open balcony onto the Mississippi River. Now, going back to this diagonal allows an opening on the other side, another space for pause, which has slots into the research room to understand how they're taking care of all these precious objects, as well as a viewing part for just a break from the chaos that is going on all these artifacts. Going on that vertical axis as well, there's another space for pause, as well on this other side, which is aligned with a series of displayed artifacts. On the isometric, you can see clearer how those slots are aligned on the rooms, just to have a preview of what's going on inside them. And you can see as well that diagonal cutting through right through it. Now here are my sections. This is section A, which cuts through the exhibit room, the lobby, and the research. Here you can see the main exhibit room, the lobby with the punctured reception, and the research rooms. On section B, it's going through on the other side the main offices, the loading deck, and archival space. Here you can see the office suite for the CEO or director of the place, as well as other spaces. It cuts straight to this diagonal wall, which is parallel to the receiving room, where all objects are brought in from the loading deck. And finally, here are the perspectives. First perspective is showing that entrance through the lobby. Again, you can see that punctured reception, as well as the 2 open spaces created by those diagonals. The next is one of the spaces are paused. This one is located on the vertical axis. This one shows a broader intersection of these 2 axes. Here you can see that space that is where all the 3 axes intersect, and the opening that leads to the offices and the open balcony. And on the last one, I'm re-showing that axis cutting through from the window on the plaza, and it opens up that space in the corner viewing the Mississippi River. And finally, here are some of the artifacts I displayed. This is a Kayapo headdress, a Peruvian vase, and the head of Kukulkan found in Chichen Itza. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. And we will finish with Saskia sharing and presenting, and then we'll just probably talk about them in single file.
Okay, so my precedent was Aldo van Eyck's sculpture pavilion, and I took the idea of aligning the curves on a grid, and then I extended those curves into and through the exterior walls. And then I created balconies and an entrance using those walls, and then I thickened them, the walls. And then I added 2 more walls outside by the entrance and submerged in the water to create uniformity and kind of tie it all together. And then I extruded nooks into the thickened walls that function as like right here, it shows right here with the gaps, small, which add like more storage space. And I extruded them all the way through because I like the idea of putting like everything on display, including the work being done, which is why I also put windows on the inside of the circular snail-like structure. And so then I made the top balcony as a private space for like the office workers and researchers. So it's hidden from the public space behind the receive room. And the bottom balcony is for the public. And one of the paths from the open space leads there. And then I placed windows between only one set of bookcases because there are going to be many artifacts which will not be able to stand sun exposure. And then I also tucked some precious artifacts behind the research rooms. And I chose the sections I did because one shows the oops, where's my sections? Here. Okay, and then I chose the sections that I did because one shows the water and entrance walls, and the other shows the extended balcony and the extended entrance into the building. I also felt that they represent the placement of the pedestals in the thickened walls well, and yeah, the second looks back through the building at the entrance as if you walked in and then turned around and sorry. So I chose the perspectives that I did because the first shows like the check-in area, and then I chose the second because it looks back through the building at the entrance as if you'd walked in, then turned around and looked back. And then I chose the third because it shows the skylight, both of the circular parts of the structure that has the office and research spaces, and shows the path that leads back to the public balcony right here. And I chose the fourth because it looks back past the bathrooms and back at that balcony from that path. So it kind of leads you through the building. And then the theme for my artifacts was companionship. And much like how in the plan, there are 2 circular structures.
Did we see your axon? Did you just want to hover over it? I just know
yeah,
you spent some time. I just know you spent some time on it.
Yeah, there. Sorry.
All righty. All right, stop your share, please. And then I will start a share just to follow the narrative. And then if it ends up we're all just watching in concept board, well then so be it.
Well, I suppose I could get started. First of all, I want to congratulate the 3 of you for an impressive set of concepts and representations, and clearly evidencing a lot of depth of design inquiry and iterations and all those things that are central to the your development as a designer and being thoughtful about design process. I think this is a terrific project and an amazing site. So it's exciting to see your work. I'm going to make one kind of overarching comment that that I suppose deals with all of them. But I think one of the challenges, of course, is how you acknowledge and address the column and the grid of the column in relationship to the more figural, often figural solids, occasionally figural voids that you're generating. Because of course, this grid is the found condition. The program, of course, is malleable, can be addressed in multiple ways, but the column grid is there and is a geometric field that you must acknowledge. And I think that I think both of, in some ways, I see two kind of concepts. One, of course, is the circular forms, circular voids and or solids embedded in the field of columns. And the other is the geometric angular figures of void and solid through it. And I guess I would say that the most successful instances for me within each of these projects is where the column is, the columns are allowed to be free of the figures that are generated. When the figures have to absorb a column into the wall, it seems as though it's not acknowledging the importance of that found condition. Now, I know you've all had Scott Bernard's class and you're familiar with Le Corbusier's free plan. And I certainly know that John Haydock was. And if you look at the sort of formed curvilinear shapes, which remind me a little bit of fish and other kinds of worms and crawlies that you might have seen in the collection, I think he makes very sure never, for one of those curves, never to touch a column. But in any event, I think that, and you all each have very successful instances of that, and they show up of where allowing the two to remain independent. And they show up in some of these lovely perspectives that I'm enjoying. So I'll be quiet for a moment and let others.
I agree, Judith, and I'll piggyback on that. I think I'm having the same reaction about systems within the building relative to one another, and architecture is space making, right? So it's between two conditions is the thing that becomes really important. Your point is very valid, and I was thinking of the same thing in terms of types of partitions or spaces between types of partitions. I think they're in the precedent image at the very top left in plan, there are some lovely spaces between straight partitions and curvilinear partitions where the difference in condition begins to make space. And there are a few places in some of these plans where I think you have an opportunity as you grow in your mastery of this craft, which takes time, to get a little bit more rigorous about your understanding of how shapes interact with one another and the spaces that you're creating between things. And then really layering a rigorous concept on top of that, and then deploying it so that it carries a lot of meaning. I'm looking specifically at the Livy's plan. There, you have two conference rooms. One is in an orthogonal volume, and one is in a round volume. And in theory, that says something different about each of those conference rooms. I'm not sure what that is based on your presentation, but having the same condition in two different types of volume would indicate to me that there is a difference between in the program between those two rooms. And then also, I think you have not mined this as fully as you might have, Livy, and there's some instances in other plans as well where the residuals or the resultant shapes then are a sort of tertium quid. They're a thing outside of either system, and that then needs to be understood within the original binary of meaning that you set up, either circle or square, and then what happens in the shape that is something of a circle and something of a square. And that happens across all. I think that's true, that we can see that a little bit in all three projects where the overlaying of different diagonals, or the point where two systems really intersect, suggests either a heightened meaning or meaningful chaos, I think, that can be tied to program.
I just want to respond to that and say that
Sure.
I wanted where the two programs intersected, the straight gridded and the circular areas. I feel like the courtyard, I kind of wanted to put that on like, in hierarchy of scale, like that was more important for like the private area, like a place of pause for people working. And I felt like it would create a really beautiful space being an outdoor courtyard.
Great. Yeah, that's a great way to understand that and to make that meaningful.
Well, I totally agree with the comments from Judith and Stuart, and I wanted to congratulate to the students because I think the level of the drawings and the learning from this kind of open compositions, and as Libby was saying, this dialogue between materials like thick walls, glass wall, or different, this duality between geometries, I think is a great learning for this exercise that they have, like a really specific program. But I think this learning they can be brought for many with other kind of programs, housing, all time of architecture. So being able to make these families and dialogues between two elements, I think is a great learning in the three of the exercise they are present. And I agree with whenever I think is more problematic is like when these points that Judith was talking about, whenever the curve touches the other grid and we lose this dialogue, I think it's the most conflict moments in all three projects. And I also wanted to make a comment about some circulations that I think they have to take into consideration, even if we are trying to make these bubbles of spaces that are more private in an open public space. These kind of moments like bathrooms opening straight to a conference room, like in the plan that we are seeing, on this kind of little mistakes, I think they are a great opportunity to see how this system has to be a little bit more complex, or we have to think about realistic circulations to make it work a little bit better. And I think it is in this plan, but I think I saw this kind of conflicts in all of them. So I think for the future projects, keeping the mind with these intense ideas, but just trying to focus also in the reality of how these spaces are used and what is the most appropriate way of having interaction between programs. But congratulations, it is amazing work. And also I wanted to make a comment about one section, I think it is Leo's, just to be careful whenever you cut the section. If you cut the pillars, sometimes it's confusing, they look like walls. I don't know if this structure that is holding the building, they are like longitudinal walls or they are like punctual pillars. I guess they're like punctual structure, and it is sometimes better to put it in projection so it doesn't take that much importance and it looks like a grid system and not a linear system. It was just about the drawing.
Yeah, I agree with that comment. I did want to comment on Livy's sections, which are beautiful, absolutely beautiful, in terms of depicting the relationship to the water. That tree that in the courtyard is so beautiful, and this issue of how you represent the building above and the pilings that you're not cutting through is very well expressed in that drawing. So that's really a wonderful representational strategy. I do think that the painting brings up some fascinating questions. The starting point of I've forgotten the name of the artist, but the sort of series of presumably, I wouldn't call them random, but the diagonals are not directly related to your site. They're related to the painting, right? So then you overlay them onto the site and the column grid, and you find interesting spatial conditions that are a result of that. And I think that you've handled that well, but it's a difficult strategy because of course it will create in some cases, it will create really fortuitous vistas that are very powerful. Like for that little window you've made in the entry plaza and its visual relationship out to the water, I think that that's very successful. And although I like the idea of the sort of cantilevered, the porch or window that's reaching out over the water, my sense is that that's a less specific view. In other words, I'm looking sort of, see if I can get my tools here, over here, that moment, it's looking sort of back to the shore and maybe not to as powerful a moment on the site, I guess I would argue. And in some senses, the relationship of anything that steps beyond the outline of the pier probably needs to be very carefully considered within the framework. It might have been more successful to simply have this piece coming out with the rigid to the geometry. In other words, incised by that figure. But in any event, I think it's a interesting process that you've clearly learned a lot from engaging.
It's a Lebbeus Woods painting.
Oh, well, that explains some of the complexity, no doubt.
I'm
So if you want
seeing.
to, oh, go ahead.
No, after you, go ahead.
So yeah, for those diagonals, if you go to my isometric, there's these on Crescent Park. There's these two rows, and those I use to translate onto my plan on the two major axes. Just to point that out.
So
Yeah,
you're running parallel to those. In other words, they don't extend onto your site, but you're making a reference to those existing site conditions. Well, I think that's certainly a good start. It's not as, you might need another diagram that reveals that. As you know, when you walk through Crescent Park, you get a lot of overlapping linear traces, some of which are tracing the road network, which does not go through the flood wall, but could have at a certain moment. And others are perhaps tracing the railroad tracks that may have existed in a previous life of the building. So picking up on those kinds of sort of remnants of relationships or literal relationships that you find on the site is a great thing to do. So I'm glad that you're making those relationships.
I think one thing that is helpful, I'm just having this thought about, since we were speaking about sort of inside outside, the square condition and then these other overlays that we put on. I think it's very helpful as a student to be really clear about your position. A little bit, you're taking the position of an attorney where you're making a case for your own work. And so the more clear you can be about your premise, the easier you make it on a critic or other people to sort of understand and accept your premise and then enter your building. So I think that, and this is not because anybody didn't do it right, it's just a thing that is helpful. If you're very clear about, oh, this is an archive for staff and there are limited spaces for the public to enter in and have it, that's one approach. The spectral opposite would be, this is totally about public engagement with the archives and there are a few offices because we need some archivists to work here. And making clear the relationship and the hierarchy, or that you're subverting the hierarchy if you're doing that, is the clearer you can be about that sort of conceptually and diagrammatically, the easier it is for people to understand the position that you're taking about how archives are used. Is this, a money-making scheme to support other work that the archive is doing because you're getting the public to come and pay? Or is this really about like a great place to work where select researchers who have the credentials are allowed to come in and participate? Because that would be a very different expression of the building. So and like knowing which one how you're approaching that at the beginning can help you answer. It's a reference point you can return to when you're making decisions about materials and other things like that to help you make those decisions when you're coming to them.
I absolutely agree. I want to say something about Saskia's project, which has a very clear diagram and is very successful in the sense that she's absorbed the small bits of program, the solids, into these circular figures and allowed the spatial flow of exhibition space and the archival space to drift through the column grid in ways that are pretty successful. I think that I would encourage you to perhaps consider the relationship. It seems like the facade relationship requires a little bit more scrutiny. Like I'm thinking, of course, that there are columns here and here, I think, all along the perimeter, which might want to be articulated relative to either a consistent glass skin or perhaps a wall which makes some kind of conversation with those columns relative to the fenestration. So I think you've been so careful to allow these things to read, these columns to read free of the circles everywhere else. I want them completed somehow in the skin. And then a minor comment is, did you ever consider taking this wall all the way out? Because this interest in extending it starts to create a space here, a different kind of courtyard. But the fact that it doesn't go all the way across somehow doesn't clarify the relationship of, in terms of entry sequence, at least for me.
We did allow the students to consider the perimeter as load bearing, as a load bearing wall if they wanted to. So there's a optional, they could either be columns or walls on the outside.
Yeah.
Most
in that
with
instance,
walls.
you might want to make it thicker when it's solid so that it responds to the same sort of dimension associated with bearing the load.
Yeah, I was thinking also about a Saskia project, and I was thinking about the distribution of these circles that she's proposing. I think it's really clear this kind of island that she is making with the program, but I don't know for the inside of the circle if working with this concentrical distribution is the best way. Sometimes I think even if you are working with a circle, then whenever you have to divide it, learning to work with sectors and integrating orthogonal geometry inside of the circular geometry, I think it would be a really interesting exercise in this one. So having this scheme that the general form, the general perimeter is a square, then you use the circle to make this island, but then to divide it, maybe you could have, I don't know if I can do it. Maybe you could have tried to make some kind of distributions with sectors that sometimes it helps to avoid some angles, and for some programs, it is more useful to arrive to this kind of moments more than using the radiatic distribution always. Also, I was thinking about the entry moment that in this project and also in others, I think it is really an important moment whenever we are arriving to an exhibition, to a little museum or this kind of public spaces, that is not only just one door, I sometimes thinking about the moment of the entry, like a double door or some kind of hall or some kind of threshold. So I think, as Judith was saying, I don't know, using that wall, or maybe thinking that you have this wall cuts and the entry is not direct from this direction, or maybe you go in another, making the public to turn around. So having, I think it's a great opportunity, this project, to also give a thought to these little moments that are really important.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good thought.
One other thing, when you're dealing with shapes, and I know this may be a little bit more than you had time to tackle in the semester. I feel like I saw this work like 2 weeks ago, maybe. A lot of what we're looking at is extrusion from the plan. And that's sort of an obvious place to start to get into the geometry that you're working with. But I think that a thing that I'll challenge you all to consider as you move into your next studio is to consider how extrusion might overlap with ceiling plane or jogs and things as they move. They might move in plan and section at the same time. And that gives you a lot of opportunity to define a geometry without having to use a wall that goes up to the same height everywhere. Especially Livy, in your plan, I think of the three that we're looking at might have the most, you might be calling for it the most, that there are ways to clearly delineate inside of a circle and outside of a circle without ever using a wall at all. Or where you need there to be a continuation of a shape, especially where the circular conference room touches a couple of other pieces, then you're left with the decision. I think you've avoided it in your plan. It is the line where, or the place where the circle overlaps the orthogonal geometry. You just didn't put anything. And in reality, it would either be that the straight line of the orthogonal geometry continues, or that the circle bites into the geometry, and figuring out how you're going to navigate that. It doesn't have to necessarily be with the wall. It could be with the floor covering. It could be with the ceiling plane. But understanding how you can use all of those in section to work with each other, it gives you another layer of complexity that you can have one thing going on in plan and then reinforce or subvert it with other means than just extruded walls from the plan. That's complicated and it takes a long time to master. I'm still working on that, but it's an opportunity you have.
I tried to portray it in my isometric drawing. I intended for like the circles to continue, and where they did continue would be glass, so it would have let light in from above. So that was my intent.
That's a great start. And I think we can see that there's a line of glazing in, let me see if I can mark here. This is where I was talking about. So you did make a decision about it. The circle is the thing that wins, which is great. So yeah, congratulations. You're starting to think that way. I think that's a really potent moment. I also really I am wild about your entry sequence and sidedness, which that was something that Judith taught me when I was a student, was the idea of sidedness. And I really love that you create this sort of like geometric moment that isolates a viewer on the way in. It's a sort of chamber where you are removed from the context before you're introduced into another one, like an airlock kind of. But also by pushing the view toward the water, you're really sort of like desensitizing and then resensitizing through that. I think that's a really potent moment.
Thank you.
Livy, thank you for responding. And I want to gently, as we continue, gently encourage everyone to respond to any questions. The critics, they're not just telling you these things, they're perhaps maybe engaging in a conversation. So keep doing what you're doing, Livy. And Saskia, there were a couple of opportunities, I think, where they had talked about that wall entry and you had an intent about it. Was there any, did you want to sort of talk about your intent of that sequence?
No, what I was going to say was I actually really liked her suggestion for me to extend the wall further and create like a courtyard that like really overlooks like the water. I actually really appreciated that comment.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering, and I'll just gently do it, but that I thought at one point you had talked about entering through that wall as an idea of actually passing, just like the transition maybe that Stuart was just talking about. You can actually experience walking through a thickened wall versus a thin wall. I remember in class, we talked about Richardson Memorial, right? And how unique it is, and that it takes about 4 seconds to walk through the front wall. Like, that's a 2-foot thick wall that you don't see anymore. And it reminded, and it seems like you've been pretty rigorously engaging in that wall, maybe too much to the well, who knows? But the idea that perhaps when Professor Barton had mentioned, whipping around that wall to capture that viewpoint, I think it's a beautiful comment too. But maybe that's where you can say, I understand. My intent was, to maybe engage with this wall further as I pass through it and maybe feel like I'm entering one type of space into another type of space. And that clear passage through that wall is that transitional moment that's sort of setting my mind right or allowing me to reframe my position.
Sure, it would be great, like, to hear
this kind of decisions, because it is a project that I'm sure they have given a lot of thought. So all these little, all this intention that they are there, it would be great to hear it from the students and how they engage it.
Indeed.
We have about 2 minutes left on this group.
I thought this group ended at 10:10, right? Saskia starts at 9:50. We're kind of doing sort of a
You're right. Okay.
a global walk around. I mean, if we're done, we're certainly, I don't, we're fine. This is more time than first year. We're only a 3-hour studio, and 4 hours is more than we've ever been allotted, which allows for us to have this rich conversation. But let me know for, I'm not going to force us to talk for 20 more minutes on these three. We can easily, move on if we need to.
Mm-hmm.
But also would love to hear students sort of respond to any comments or other students speak.
One thing, and this is, students, please interrupt me. I just am noticing this in the perspectives. I understand the strategy of using the sky as a singular isolated color element. I also think that is sort of throwing away the possibility of using color to highlight your concept. I think I would, if it were me, I think I would leave the sky white or toned or something, and then use color only on the item that I'm trying to call attention to. I think for, Livy, you've already got a geometry that is calling attention to itself, but that's true for Saskia and for Livy, but I think for Leo, because your perspectives are about views out and axis, I think for you it does make sense to keep the sky the color that you have it, to draw attention to that experiential projection beyond the building. So just pay attention to what you're laying color over. If that's the only thing that's colored, it's going to be the thing that draws people's eye. And just for speed and efficiency of communication, I think if you're really disciplined about how you add meaning to color, it'll really get you a lot of bang for your buck out of those drawings, which are beautifully executed in all three instances.
Yeah, you'll see students, you'll see as we walk through, students did what you're talking about, and I let them choose sort of which is which. One of the other, one of my first year professor, Michael Fazio, we used to use the late Michael Fazio, the university used to use his textbook. He always used to call this, I was kind of trying to keep him away from, if you have an aggressive turn, aggressive shape, filling it in black and then making it color. Sometimes, okay, I get it. Like he used to call that the Fazio kit of parts. Like, okay, you've rotated it, you've made it blue, and you've made it 6 feet taller than everything else. Mm-hmm. We got it when it was round, but so you'll see that it goes back and forth between the two. I think I agree with you on you'll see some as we go through. I go back and forth on Saskia's where it's pretty clear these two forms sort of establishing this sequence through the space, but maybe like distinguishing it from the tone of the ceiling might say, this is my main concept, as opposed to, why are the walls equally as important as the ceiling? It feels like that these are all treated with the same emphasis.
I think too, it's just students, what I agree with what Andrew's saying, but I think that if you're, you can use that to either end, right? Either you can layer it with a lot of complexity and subtlety and use different ingredients to draw attention to different things and give them different meanings, or you can be very heavy-handed and say, this is the only thing that I want to talk about. So either strategy could be appropriate depending on your presentation and your project, but understand whether you're trying to be like really one line or whether it's about the layeredness and the complexity and, a conversation with architects rather than potentially a conversation with, a donor who doesn't care about architecture but wants their name on the building, to be crass. Or to hide. I mean, you can also hide errors or lack of resolution in areas in a drawing if you put a lot of heavy-handed attention on another thing. So it's a strategy. There's no right or wrong way. Just be intentional about how you deploy it.
Yeah, I think Livy's perspectives are incredibly beautifully edited and beautifully framed for highlighting the curvilinear forms that interest her and the way they sort of complete themselves. And therefore you don't get a partial one unless it's of course intended. And I think that they're pretty successful. The others are successful too. They maybe don't always have as specific a theme that they're trying to address, but they're all trying to show some kind of important spatial sequence. I would say for Saskia's, there's always a moment with Rhino where you really have to be very careful with where you are. I'm now on your upper right perspective, to sometimes even move past, work with the lens, move past backwards so that figures that are important complete themselves within the frame. So for example, in the one that I was just highlighting, we can see how the column meets the ground and we can see the curvilinear wall that it doesn't touch. And so very consciously you're playing those two forms against each other. The fact that we can't quite see the way the column meets the ceiling is disappointing. And so I would be very careful, actually in all of these, to complete the form that is there. And this one too, I feel like it needs to have more space. So it's really a question of working with the perspective generated engine of Rhino and figuring out where you're going to get those figures completed. Back when we drew perspectives by hand, which perhaps, I know Stuart probably doesn't remember that, but maybe Andrew does.
I have done perspectives by hand. Yeah, I'm not that young.
We plotted every point, and it was and we would do it once and discover it wasn't quite where we wanted to be, and we'd have to do it again. But the one thing that we learned is that sometimes you actually have to put yourself, the eye of the viewer, the camera, outside of where you can physically stand in order to get the view that tells the story that you want to tell.
Yeah, agree completely. And if Saskia had one last push on these, that would have, even like Stuart was saying, even if we remove the tone on the ceiling, you would see sort of this one curved wall and this one curved wall as sort of the primary components of the whole composition with this beautiful sort of white space on either side that really, again, just like Stuart was talking about, really accentuating these two things that you've sort of established as your conceptual strategy. And I think that next pass would have done the same thing for Leo's, and that Livy got to in her work. We had talked about, I don't know if y'all have seen it, I think it's Pei's addition to the National Gallery. Outside has a really acute angle out of concrete, and it's so compelling to people. They go up and touch it, so much so that the edge is worn from about 4.5 feet to 5.5 feet. The acute angle actually dips in because so many humans have touched it. And I was trying to convey that to Leo, that I need that acute angle in like the closest that, these really extreme forms. Maybe that's the first one, but when, trying to get sort of to convey maybe a view where one of the edge conditions to really kind of convey these three forms as a system is what we were trying to do. Maybe it just involves backing up or zooming in a little.
Well, and Andrew, I think that's really important, right? Because though I have a little bit of hesitation, though I agree with Judith about the view from the entry, the view out toward the river and down toward English Turn. I think it's a really nice view. I do think that having to slip in around an edge that's pushing you so tightly up against the wall before the water, studying that in perspective is really where you understand the emotional or physical threat. That, because it is sort of a threatening pinch to be, shunted through these tiny gaps with these very sharp angles coming at you. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think it can be a really powerful move, but it's something that you understand it better when you've seen it in perspective. And so I do think even if it's just a study that you don't present, cutting that perspective, seeing it in Rhino, especially since you can do it so quickly and don't have to, plot every single point and measure through space and build a perspective, which is an incredibly laborious process. Just spin the camera around, look at it, understand what it's doing, and then you may go, yes, that's exactly what I want. Or it gives you an opportunity to say, this is a little more aggressive. Maybe we retweak this in plan. And so moving back and forth from the plan to the perspective to the plan to the perspective, it's not like this happens in a linear order. It's critical that you have an idea and plan, you test it in perspective, and then go back and tweak as you need to and bring them all up together.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with the point you're making. Definitely, I could spread some space in order to convey that void from the angle on the diagonal.
Yeah, as we did spend an inordinate amount of time and plan, and I tried to jump as soon as possible into section and then talk about, just like you're saying, like you could cut that perspective and say, wow, this compressed sort of catapult through the space is really just a hallway. Like there's a danger of that happening, right? So make sure you cut that perspective and then say, oh, I see, I need to do something here with the edge conditions or the ceiling height spatially to respond to make it as compelling as my intention. All right. I think that was a great, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to, I was thinking about the perspective whenever we were going through the projects, and I totally agree with the comments about having, I think the processes that Libby has made arriving to that abstraction, whenever you are able to leave in white a lot of the things that they are existing, because you want to highlight your main points of your project. I think it is an amazing example, like for the rest of the exercise, because sometimes it is hard to do that step that Stuart was talking about, to put the ceiling on white so you can clearly emphasize the element. But I think whenever we see this perspective, it is easy to tell whose plan and whose project belong to. And that's a great example that they are working well because everything is talking the same language. So congratulations for that.
Yes, like I would even, if we could go to the well too much, Livy, like the fact that you started with a symmetry on the first one, I think you could even maybe, cut the skybox right there and maybe lean that background to the right a little, maybe to emphasize the entry sequence or something more than just a formal representation of the back. Because then, and I know I was hounding all of y'all on it, like that gets us back into that square that I was trying to pound out of us, that initial formal, well, that's what Rhino gave me, so that's my frame.
Yeah. Trying to avoid the picture.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and she did a great job. When you squint at the second pair, these could be compositions in and of themselves, outside of an actual spatial perspective.
Procedurally, I think it's helpful just to overdraw and then crop, right? It's sometimes if you're printing hand drawings, it's nice to draw it 2 times the scale and then shrink it down because it gets a lot finer when you reduce drawings. I think the same thing is true can be true in a different way for these perspectives. Cut larger than you need, and then that gives you room to edit down. So cut a much broader frame than you're actually going to present. And then, as Judith was saying, it gives you an opportunity to really keep the tops and bottoms of the columns and have the extent of the curve that you need before it starts to splay too much because of the perspectival projection. And then you can crop down to what you need, but start with a larger frame, and it gives you more freedom to edit down selectively.
We actually talked about that, and we called it cheating, funnily, just because like cartoonists, cartoonists draw all of theirs at least like almost twice the size that it's going to be printed at. Because like you're saying, once that detail gets reduced, there's a level of grain that gets increased.
Cheating or strategy, that's a semantic conversation.
Not cheating. No.
I'm just kidding. All right. Let's move on, and we can see how we all feel after this. Just because I had an odd number of students, we were going to do Cassie and Ben and then take our break. But if it's too soon, we can do 2 more, then take the break. It doesn't matter to me. Let's go ahead and start with Cassie when she's ready. I will stop share. And then Cassie is going to begin share. And make sure your volume's on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, perfect. So over the past few weeks, while studying my precedent, Van Eyck Sculpture Pavilion, which is on the left, I noticed an underlying overlapping grid and a series of large, medium, and small spaces where this grid was interrupted. So in here. I took these spaces, took them out of the grid, categorized them from large to small, and put them back in the grid system. These big, medium, and small spaces, which are kind of like boulders, rocks, and pebbles, as I'd like to think of them, get smaller or dissolve as they move toward the bottom right corner of the building, which is the entrance. In this bottom right corner is the most open public space where I place the most program, such as the lobby, display space, and public bathrooms. There's one mass that breaks out of the grid, which is it signifies the entrance and makes it special. The plaza area continues with this theme of dissolve in the patterns on the ground, which match the overlapping grid and attempt to guide a visitor to the door and out toward a view of the Mississippi River. Moving back the next layer, or the rocks, is a semi-public space, such as research rooms and offices. This space is semi-open, and this is where the area, the circulation of public and private begins to mix. There are two breaks and shelving at opposite two corners where visitors can rest and wait for meetings in nearby offices. So here and here. In the far back is the most private space, which is the boulders and the largest masses, and they're the receiving rooms. These large masses are closed off and are balanced by the large open spaces, so these two, in the bottom right. In the building, the open space dissolves as one moves back, while the closed off private spaces also dissolve as they move toward the entrance, creating a series of two dissolving grids that kind of mesh into each other. The roof of my building also dissolves as it goes to each corner. The most important spaces, such as the lobby and display area and the receiving areas, have the highest ceilings, as opposed to the areas with the least program in the center, which have the lowest ceilings. The roof is fading on a 4x4 grid of my precedent. And stepping down of the roof allows clerestory light to come into spaces which normally wouldn't get light, such as interior offices. There's also a system of skylights which fade as they get toward the back corner of the building, as the area is more private and needs less light because there's more things being stored back there. The sections are cut through spaces, which I tried to show the dissolving factor. So it's like big, medium, small as you go down. And I also tried to show how the skylights and the roof kind of dissolve as you go through. And then finally, my perspective. So my first perspective right here is the most open space, which is the lobby. And I tried to show like the how open the space and the ceiling was. And I really tried to juxtapose that with the space down here, which is in the back of the receiving rooms, which has a lot of negative void space in the walls, which are white. And I really tried to like juxtapose them. And then these two are kind of in the middle. They're the spaces where public and private kind of mix. So like the waiting room areas in the middle of my building. And I tried to balance the void space with the open white space of the floor and ceiling. Yes, that's it. And these are my my artifacts. So I have a lamp from the Newcomb Pottery Collection, armoire type thing from the Southern Architectural Archive, and then an eel pout fish.
An eel what fish?
An eel pout.
Pout?
Yeah.
P-O-U-T?
P-O-U-T.
All right.
If you say so.
Ben, whenever you're ready.
Yep. All right. Can we see my screen okay?
Indeed.
Perfect. Let's see. Hello, I'm Ben Cornett. And my work today, let me zoom out a bit. My work today was inspired by the verb diffuse, which in definition means to spread out over an area and become unorganized and diluted. My work was inspired in particular by the work of Archizoom and the No Stop City, which you can see in the bottom left. Yeah, so I was particularly fascinated by the organization methods in this seemingly unorganized field of shearing lines and what I saw as diffusing spaces. So I too sought to create order and intentionality in a seemingly unorganized scheme of diffusing walls and spaces. You can see in my concept diagram, diffusion occurs starting in the bottom left corner, where spaces are organized according to the pre-existing column structure and the overlaying programmatic spaces that I created, and then diffuses as you move toward the top right corner, eventually breaking out of the building itself into a courtyard, which you can see up here. My circulation diagram over here illustrates the main most traveled paths in dark red and the branching out kind of mostly depends on what the person is there for, paths in lighter red. So my circulation diagram illustrates how the visitor is brought from land in the dark red, and there it, let's see, it drops the visitor right in front of the main entrance, going around the main site itself along these diffusing paths next to the site. And it goes around this courtyard space, dropping the viewer right at the entrance where they make their way to the lobby, from which they can head to the most private and ordered spaces in the bottom left, the semi-private, semi defined spaces in the middle, to the public, most diffused, most open galleries in the top right, as you can see. And then in my plan over here, in my plan, you can see how as the building dissolves, spaces become less enclosed and defined, and thus shift in program from private offices and bathrooms in this bottom corner. The enclosed spaces are shown with no hatch. So these are completely enclosed. So these are offices, meeting rooms, bathrooms, private bathrooms. Then to the semi-private, which are these research rooms here and here, these offices, this one's enclosed, meeting rooms, a loading area. And then finally to the most public, the least defined spaces, which are the galleries, the lobby, and this courtyard space. Many of these spaces are partially enclosed by glass, which I show in a blue dotted line. And the interior is shown in this horizontal hatch, while the exterior in the dotted hatch. Then my two isometrics, which are, I had made two because I wanted to show the roof completely on because I felt like that was important, but I'll get to that in a second. My left isometric, both isometrics show the building in context on the site because I felt like the site was very important to my project, especially since I broke out of the site so much, especially on the entrance, which brings the viewer along a neighboring set of wooden planks on which I've placed these dissolving planks and takes, as I said, the visitor to the entrance. But I feel like this one also shows the grid in the back corner very well and how that diffuses as you move towards land, towards the courtyard. And then in my other, I also included a naming wall because I know we talked about that last time, which completely breaks out of the site. I couldn't get my name on it, sadly, but the idea is there.
We can imagine.
And then onto my, yeah, exactly. And then on my next isometric, I included the roof, which I wanted to show the skylights in particular and the way they diffuse the roof as you move towards land and allow natural light into certain spaces based on program, because certain spaces can get natural light while others cannot. And the skylights also become less like organized on the internal grid, which is hard to see in this isometric, but yeah, and then as you move out of interior, they don't become enclosed by glass. like they do there. Then on to my sections, my two sections. Which the top one, I wanted to show the internal spatial hierarchy, which I show mainly through shelving in this. The shelves go from 12 feet in the most private to 9 feet in the semi-private to 6 feet in the public to make these spaces, the public spaces, seem more open, more diffused as they are in the most diffused spaces of the building itself. And also just like give a grandness to these areas and allow people to breathe, really allow more of a moment to pause, less claustrophobic spaces. And then in my second section, I wanted to show the way I cut through the galleries, but as you move left to right, you can see walls become less like organized and more like diffused, I guess is the best word for it. But as you move from left to right there, it seems like I'm having some loading issues here. Okay, and then lastly, my perspectives over here, which are my favorites personally of my drawings. I chose to take the viewer from the most quiet private spaces where there are no skylights and everything is very gridded. You can see here a research room with glass so a viewer can see what's happening inside, and a researcher holding a specimen of fish and a mia calva, which was one of my artifacts that I drew. Taking it to another research room. You can see these offices here, which are very gridded, very organized. And this one skylight starts to allow some light in. And then as you get more, I also wanted to show diffusion in these shelves that kind of stick out. And then as you move towards the more public and eventually the courtyard space, which is the most diffused space of them all, you get more sky and less roof. And the walls become less gridded and organized, as you can see here. Yeah, more sky breaks in. The roof becomes more like the skylights are in the other perspectives. But yeah, those are all of my drawings. Oh, and my artifacts, of which there's a mia calva, a statue of Atalas and Chactas, I think that's it. And then a stela, which is just like a carved monument from Mesoamerica. Yeah.
This is the same question for both of you. Was there a conceptual thread from the grouping of artifacts that you selected to draw? Did that play any part in defining the architecture of your building?
For me, yeah, not exactly.
Okay.
Me neither, yeah.
Thank you for your candor.
I have a general question too for all the exercise. In the exercise we saw before, all the entrances was at the end of the deck or almost at the end. Now we saw Ben's exercise that is more at the top. There were any restriction about it in the exercise, or it was a free decision for the students?
Just to zoom in on Cassie's, the students could pick the entrance anywhere they wanted, but, and I'll erase these, this wall was specifically for loading, and this is a public one. So the template we gave them, this was a public plaza, and this was a loading dock. And then what they do from there is totally up to them.
Okay.
Well, these are both very ambitious schemes, and that is a compliment. They are schemes where there is, I would call them, they're not minimalist, let's put it that way. There are a lot of moves going on in both schemes. And that go beyond plan efforts and certainly engage the third dimension in both instances. In the first scheme, the name of the student is Cassie. In Cassie's scheme, at first I was having a little bit of difficulty going from the diagram to your project. But I did love the metaphor of stones and pebbles and this notion of large and small solids and the sort of space or perhaps a liquid atmosphere that sort of moves around these things. And I think that that is a potentially powerful metaphor, and I think you've handled it successfully. Particularly relative to the theme of the column grid, which we've discussed earlier. And so you certainly have made a very strong effort to allow those two to be free of each other, the two organizations, and to benefit from that. I kind of wish that the pebbles weren't always like toilets and things like that, because it feels a bit, they feel too important for me to be, as they're floating out in these public spaces, to take on that program. I kind of wish they were vitrines or exhibit places, you know, elements that were allowing the public to look at either a special book or one of your special artifacts. But that's that would be a very easy adjustment, and you would find a stone somewhere for the restrooms and let the pebbles be perhaps a little bit more.
Some of them are like offices specific to certain areas where you can go in and talk, and then one of them is actually like the entry place to check in. So they're not all like bathrooms.
That's true, although they all have the same sort of enclosure typology of a solid with one door, you know, kind of thing. And so I think that I think they could be something that you studied more. I mean, obviously, they are an important part of your scheme, and I actually like them so much that I want them to be a bit more special. That's all. And perhaps their materiality can, of course, vary a bit.
Yeah, Cassie, I'm just going to tailgate on that because I want to make sure you're clear that an office, in the way that Judith is talking about it, is probably not much further from a bathroom, right? And that she wants this to be an oyster shell, and you open it and it's not an office, but it's this beautiful pearl, right? Because you have this dense little pebble. So to really maybe even invent program, I think Saskia mentioned precious, she has something on her plan called precious artifacts. Like maybe that's something that could be in this one. So I know an office is important and hierarchically more so than a restroom, or maybe, but I think she's trying to fill that with way more meaning.
I really like that. Yeah. Thanks.
I wanted to make a comment also about. I don't know if you have finished. I didn't want to.
No, I have other comments, but I don't. But they're separate. So
okay.
I'd love to hear yours, Andrea.
Yes, I was thinking. For me, it was also hard to move from the precedent to your scheme at the beginning, but then I thought that you have made this clear scheme for your project that is really valid, and I think you have brought it to the plan successfully. So from your scheme into your plan, I think is a clear movement, but learning from the precedent, they have a reflection also about these elements and perimeter. And I think it is great how you attach it sometimes to the perimeter. Your big box is in the top left of the program, but I think maybe the project could have also allowed to have some of these boxes separately from the perimeter, allowing double circulation or to enrich the possibilities of the perimeter and the uses in the boxes. So I will say that if one of these 6 big elements that are in the corner would be separately, any of them, it will be enriching the circulation of the project, where I think the scheme allowed you to make that. And I think something that you could have done. And I have a question about the openings in the ceiling, because it looks in the section and in the perspectives that you have, and in the axonometry, that you have a really clear idea about this transition to in diagonal of the project.
and having these different heights allows you to have light from the side, the different ceilings. And I'm not sure about the openings. I wanted to understand the decision of adding also openings in the horizontal plane, because you have already a lot of light coming from the sides. So I wanted to understand why you have decided to make also the grid and the windows in the top, that there are sometimes a little bit conflicts in construction or to clean or something like that. But I wanted to understand like the thoughts that you had on that.
Yeah, sure. So like in some of as the skylights go further back, there's less of them, and I also wanted some light to filter into those areas. So I wanted the horizontal ones to be in the far back too.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm sensitive about mansplaining. I don't want to do that to you, but we're curious. Like, it seems like those are conflicting moments, right? If you have one where it's top lit, then you get this great filtered light that has a gradient and changes from more light in certain areas to less light in others. But that move, which would be powerful on its own, is sort of undercut where you have the vertical glass, because then you have light coming in from so many places. It's not obvious why you're using two strategies rather than one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. The skylights were like a very last minute addition, so I didn't really have, like, I think if I had like one more review, maybe it would have been a little different. But yeah.
I would just
they surprised me.
Get rid of them.
Okay.
So that you have some simple planes that are reinforcing the original grid, and these little slots of vertical glass, as Andrea has noted, are going to provide very good light, better than the skylights. The skylights are going to give you sort of the interior is going to be pockmarked with light at all moments in ways which may not be so desirable.
I think you can kind of tell it was a late addition too. Like Judith was about to, I can see her little bird right where mine was going. Like it's sort of, there's some conflicts in the drawing, right? There's this, my line weight is so big, I'm gonna undo that. There's just this opportunity for this beautiful, general light that you've had for about a week or so, which I always thought was great, right? Here's another great example of that indirect, diffuse light coming in. And then you had this new idea about the drop. So then you lowered the ceiling and completely blocked. Then there's like a wall in front of the window now, right? And maybe you could pull that back and it might have a nice glow and maybe start to talk about architecture. But I agree. I think they're conflicting as a strategy.
Mm-hmm. I had in mind whenever I was seeing these transitions, the project of, I'm going to put it in the chat, the Corrales and Molazun is a pavilion that is made with modular system and only using a module, but moving the module up and down and being a pavilion for exposition. It has all these different heights that I think is a great system to integrate. So that's why whenever I saw the whole thing in the horizontal plane, I was like, I thought that it was like a second thought that it wasn't necessary, maybe.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
While we're looking at this section, maybe just a few quick little suggestions regarding line weight, because it's you really are starting to have very good control of the line weight, but there are a few minor things that are worth noting. I think probably, as has been articulated earlier, you don't want these things. They look like walls and they're not. So you never cut through a column, because if you cut through a column, it looks like a wall. And so you want it to be seen in elevation. So that would apply to the piers as well. And then glazing, like up here, you really want to make sure that you don't use dark lines in places where you're trying to show visual transparency or light moving through. So be very conscious about the role of the cut line in articulating the form of the solids, and make sure the parts that you see as open really read strongly that way. But in other places, you've been very successful with your line weight. So I'm just calling those out as a suggestion.
I'm having a reaction to both of these projects, which I think we're kind of hinting at. And Cassie, thank you for your candor about the last minute Skylight Edition, because I think that's where you both are, right? You've been ambitious, and I think you've both understood the possibility of your concepts, and I think it's really going to, you now know what you need to be disciplined about moving forward. So you have like a menu that you can choose from. And now I think you both could go through the process of sort of design development, which is, in practice, it's design development, where you really go through an editing process and start to reduce the number of moments that you have and really clarify and connect and tie to program and things like that. And I think one of the things that I think Cassie's doing a little bit more successfully than Ben at the moment is the sort of reading at the building scale, something that's also happening at a smaller scale. Ben, and I'll admit my own personal bias here, I tend to like things that are slightly more legible. Complexity is something that I am, as I mature, I'm growing into an appreciation of it. But I think that there is such a level of complexity in your building. I mean, in your two isometric drawings, the one with the roof on it, I think is starting to feel a little bit more legible overall. But with this cacophony of walls that you have, I think it's really potent experientially. I'm not sure that I enjoy it, and I also think that it's a little unclear to me in your plan specifically. I think you're skating through this a little bit based on how you drew it, but it's not really clear where the envelope is, and how you're navigating where and how to draw or delete the envelope as you go through this, diffusion out into the courtyard. So that's the thing that I think it's going to take a little bit of discipline to really understand how, architecturally as a building, the utilitas part of the Vitruvian triad. You've got some other things going on, but how does this really turn into a believable building? I think it's kind of paradoxical that your section is maybe one of the most structurally and systematic, like systems believable of the ones that we've seen. But the plan, I think, needs a little bit more discipline, which would be the obvious next step. You're right where you need to be, but then I think in terms of understanding the potential of this concept, but I think the next step is to really chain it to, security, like who's inside the building and who's outside, and how do you lock it when you leave so artifacts don't walk off. And where are you controlling air? Because I do think it's a really potent idea to have if you have sculptures that can be displayed outdoors, to do that and really like blur that boundary, which is, people talk about doing that in New Orleans. We don't do it so much anymore, and now that we mechanically heat and cool buildings, but that porch condition where you're sort of not outside but not inside at the same time is really potent, but it's just not clear to me exactly where you're making the distinction between inside and outside and how you're navigating what's inside, what's outside, and what's in between. But I think the same thing is true for Cassie. I mean, you've done it a little bit more. The building is reading at scale more. It reads at the scale of the building. You also experience it. I think one thing I really want to compliment you for is how deftly your circulation works. It's so subtle because of your continuous flowing space that Judith was talking about. The filtering from the public to from the viewing public to the staff area is so smart, because it's simply done with reduction of the size of the space that you can move through. And there's a natural threshold that will filter a lot of people before they get into staff areas. So I think that's I'm astonished that you did that so subtly and so artfully at your experience level. So I just really want to applaud you for that. And I think, this same thing about how you're making things legible, as Andrea was saying at the corner where you have your larger volumes. I think if you just put glazing in here, I'm going to draw this instead of just talking about it. Right here in this joint, if you put glazing in that gap,
yes,
it would help define those volumes as objects and let the experience be continuous. Even if you don't circulate around the back of it, it would connect spatially from the inside around that and let that volume read as an object rather than, a corner that's been walled off. But that would help. That's a small thing that would help at the human experience level. From the inside of the building, you'd be able to see out the end of the corridor. It just makes it nicer to be in. But from the legibility of the building, it's working on both levels at once.
Yeah, I think I agree with those comments. Talking a little bit about the Ben's project, we have obviously lots to talk about because there's a lot of really interesting work here. But I want to kind of question the word diffuse because you used it a lot, multiple times. And so, when we're articulating in words design intentions, it's often helpful to come up with a few key nouns and verbs that articulate a central concept so we can hold on to it as we design. Diffuse is a tricky one for me because it is not a typical architectural concept. In fact, more often than not, you would find it to be a slightly pejorative comment, like your concept is a little diffuse, it's not concentrated, it's, but the concept, if you picked a different word or interrogated a whole series of words, I think you, in some cases, what you're doing is perhaps eroding or opening up through a kind of gradient of solidity. And I think that there might be other words that operate perhaps more effectively than diffuse.
Disintegrate or.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is I suppose there are some conceptual issues associated with this general concept. Like, what does it mean to see the building sort of exploding along its edges? I love the idea of questioning the perimeter and breaking the sense of interior exterior being defined so rigidly. And so I think that's really a positive thing. I was a little surprised to find it on the inland side. I would have expected it to perhaps happen more on the river side because it would, in a sense, reflect the pressures of the dynamic forces of current and wind, et cetera. And I was mentally saying what would happen if you flipped your building. Doesn't work effortlessly or simply because of the the presence of the water and the lack of site relationships there. But but I do think that it may be happening far too frenetically at that moment, so that the space is made by this sort of explosion of wall elements really make it very difficult to find the entry or to know where you are. It feels maze-like at a moment where I'm not sure that it wants to be.
If I could talk about
Sure. Yeah.
what you were talking about, like flipping the building, we had thought about that. The problem with that is, well, I mean, what I came across was like, I really like the way that those corner offices, that view they get, like that idea of having the view of like downtown and the river, but also like the idea of having like loading, being in like the semi-private, but also like having that access to land is kind of key. It's in a very key location, while like it's just like turning around led to some problems of like where things would be located, and we talked about it, but like with time constraints there wasn't enough time to like completely go through and rearrange most of my spaces.
Well, I see that absolutely. I would counter, by the way, that if you're going from a sense of tightness and closure up here to a sense of openness, I would get rid of those offices in that corner so fast your head would spin. I want that to be a beautiful glassy corner. In after I've gone through the sort of labyrinthian set of wall relationships up here, I want there to be the payoff moment for the public rather than, the two guys that get to sit in the corner. But I'm glad you were thinking about that. I agree. A simple flipping wouldn't work. And so I think what I would probably encourage you to think about is moving from a sort of density after you've entered to a more open environment with larger spaces and bigger view relationships. So I think you have a lot of skill, and I think it's an impressive project. I really am glad you drew both axons because I very much am enjoying the one with the roof. In your project, it really shows the erosion concept.
That's my favorite one too.
Well, and I think
Yes,
that
I'm sorry,
after you,
Stuart.
Andrea. After
Okay,
you.
thank you. No, I agree totally with Judith, and I wanted to congratulate both Casey and Ben because I think the project they have great work. I was thinking that maybe whenever you were explaining, I wrote like a scale of elements, a scale of spaces. Like I think the constraints that maybe in Casey's project that we have seen that whenever the case of the thick box, if we can say, it becomes bigger. The circulation is something that is a use, and then in the other part of the project is the opposite. The box is a little bit, a little element, but the circulation is free. I think maybe in your project, all the elements or these walls that they are the one that they are supposed to make the hierarchy between the spaces, they are maybe all the same. I was thinking about Mies van der Rohe brick house that sometimes it has a long wall, but sometimes they have short walls, and that allows also this different movement between big transition spaces and really functional elements. So maybe you have approached this spatial, I don't know, what you call diffuse strategy. But I will think if maybe you needed to work also with the scale of the element you were working with, that it was the wall to enable the different programs, maybe. But I think it's super complex and more. It has a lot of work, and it is a great. You have great drawings. Just that I'm missing a little bit of hierarchy between the public and the private spaces.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I was thinking about that because one thing Professor Liles and I talked about very close to the end was the way that the bathrooms had ended up being the same height as every other space, which seemed kind of conflicting with like the idea of like the hierarchy I was trying to create. So I tried lowering those down, but I definitely think going forward, lowering or playing with the idea of height and hierarchy would be very helpful.
And that, I mean, I think that's a thought that Andre, I think that's exactly what I was thinking without, and I didn't articulate it as well as you did, is that that's the next step, the editing process, right? Is like if you take these 75 or 80 walls that you built and you can really only afford in your budget, and this is a reality of practice, like you may only be able to afford 15 or 20, right? And so you have to figure out how to do the same, give the same feeling with a smaller number of elements. It's like editing and writing, right? You've written everything, and then you have to start cutting and recombining and distilling. I think that's a great point. And then that was chained to, the other thought was about section. Since we've been talking about section, I think y'all moved into section believably in your drawings. I wanted to bring up proportion because that comment about bathroom heights is a salient one, that proportion is more important sometimes than an absolute. Relationships are more important than an absolute. So a 14-foot tall ceiling in a 12 by 20 room is, like you can look at Renaissance proportions are frequently really gorgeous. And if you understand those relationships, sometimes a lower ceiling feels better in a room. So if you have a small bathroom with a 20-foot ceiling, it just feels like you're in the bottom of a well. So I think that understanding that the sectional relationship needs to frequently is more successful when it's related to the planned proportion, I think will help you make some of those decisions about, and this is for everybody, not specific to these two projects, but in general, that helps you make decisions about height and hierarchy. But I do think distilling and whether it's the length of the wall, as Andrea was saying, or even the thickness of the wall, you might start to have much more heavy programmed walls on the interior and thinner, more diaphanous partitions as you get toward the exterior to either to do that to reinforce your gradient or reverse it to subvert to subvert and complicate your gradient.
All right. that could easily be the close of this round. Our schedule had been ending at 10:50 and it's 10:42. So we can stay 8 minutes ahead. It might allow more for closing comments if we want. Do y'all want to take hit two more or take a break? Either way, our plan was to schedule a break right now. If no one cares,
I'll
we can
defer to
just-
the other critics. I'm fine either way.
It's up to you,
Yeah,
Andrew.
whatever. No, whatever
All
you
right.
prefer.
We'll just stay on target then. So we'll just take the break now and then we'll have, so we did 5 first and we'll do 6 last.
Okay.
So it is now 10:43. Let's come back at 10:53 and we will keep on trucking.
Great.
Thank you
Perfect.
all much.
Thank you.
Greetings and welcome back, everyone. I see most everyone's smiling faces. We are going to 10:54. Andrea, you're here. Excellent. You're back on time management. All right. Just thinking about the first step, I thought it went great. We started this, this is just clarification, take it for whatever it is. When we started with precedents, the intent, I think the assignment 3.1 is written to you get the precedent, you analyze it, you parse it, and maybe you find a narrative or a word or a strategy that you translate into the subsequent work. And their idea was to bring a word. Some people brought the actual plan, some people brought the word, there's, and I think that happened across studio as well. So I think we tended more as a section to trying to pull the narrative, the word from it, as opposed to the actual shapes and the movement. I was trying to challenge them to just parse an understanding of what the architect did and then apply it to something, as opposed to just taking what looks like it and applying something that looks like it to something else. That doesn't apply to everything we talked about. It was just something that I thought, hey, I should mention that. All right, 10:55. Let's begin with Emily and Mary. Mary and Emily. Mary Lawson.
Mary Lawson, do you go by both names or do you go by Mary?
I go by Mary Lawson, both names. Alrighty. Okay, so for this project, I first visited Piety Wharf in order to understand the site that I would be designing this archival space for. Immediately, I noticed that when facing the Mississippi River, the top right corner of the site is the most important because it has the widest view range with the river and the skyline. I knew instantly that I wanted to incorporate that special corner into the design while walking throughout the site and seeing how it was incorporated along the river. I was captivated by the different uses for each part of the site. The different uses for the site were for the site shade, connecting to a different dock, as well as the connecting to the general park. Once arriving back in the studio, I was inspired to work off the no-stop city. It is defined using a grid-like system, and from that grid system, I was motivated to develop a layering system. This specific layering system divides the site into 4 horizontal sections, dividing the public and private spaces. Although they are separate, they both relate in the sense that they follow a light and dark pattern as shown through the layering system. The odd layers, the first and third from top to bottom, let's see right here, are used for the enclosed rooms, used for utility, whereas the even layers, the second and fourth, are used to house the archives. The design of the archives follows the grid system because they shift 80 or 180 degrees for every set, allowing for movement throughout the structure. This grid system was designed by following the 3x3 grid of the 9 columns. With the layering, I decided to expand outside of the parameters in order to highlight the separation of the light and dark areas. With the conference room up here in the right corner, breaking the boundary, this allows for the horizontal flow throughout the private enclosed areas. Locating the entrance on the entry plaza, right here, draws attention to the public enclosed spaces and allows for the separation between the public and private spaces as seen through the diagram. Here's the diagram. The visitors have the decision of either taking left to locate the public archives, going straight to observe the pedestals and to head to the resource room with an extended balcony off of the resource room, or taking a right to head to the offices, bathrooms, meeting rooms, workshops, and the receiving room. This design allows for fluidity throughout the structure. I incorporated windows into my building following the system of light and dark. I'll go back to the plan. The layers where the archives are located contain windows in order to draw in light while also incorporating the view of the Mississippi River and a view of New Orleans. These windows extend to the ceiling to allow for the maximum amount of light to enter, so it is mainly natural, as seen through the isometric. In the enclosed areas, there are minimal windows in order to highlight the idea of a dark section. These sections focus on the separation of the spaces as well as the fluidity and movement throughout the structure. The first section focuses on the 4 different layers. Starting from the left, it shows the public archives, the display area, the private archives, and the small meeting room. The second section depicts the private enclosed areas. The entry plaza connects to the larger conference room, which then flows into the offices, the smaller meeting room, the bathrooms, the workshop, and the receiving area. With the perspectives, the light and dark spaces are highlighted, starting with the perspective on the top left. There's a view from inside the resource room facing the display area and the public archives, which has the larger window space along it. So people have a view of New Orleans. I chose to show light shining through in order to depict the separation between the 2 spaces. The top right perspective mainly depicts the dark areas, such as the offices and the larger conference room connecting to the private archives. The bottom left portrays the light component of the structure. And this view was chosen because it highlights the light public archive area shown from the exit of the display area. And lastly, the bottom right perspective is shown from inside the grotto of artifacts, also known as the display area. Thank you.
Thank you. And whenever you are ready, Emily.
Okay, I will share my screen. Okay. So the concept behind this depot is taken from a garment artifact that I drew, which was my precedent. I was inspired by the individual draping fabrics that are layered over one another and on the garment and the spaces and shapes that they create, as shown here. So this is my plan. And from this idea, spaces reflecting these layered cloths were created, and they later became vertical curvy walls that are emphasized in the plan. And they often result in interesting pathways of space. They each have slightly different lengths, similar to the variety of sizes of each draping piece on the garment. These thicker walls work together with horizontal glass walls that block off certain spaces while also retaining some transparency. All of the horizontal walls are glass except for the bathrooms, and glass is only used in the vertical to showcase certain areas, like the pedestals in the exhibit here, so you can see from outside, or the common area in the offices so you can have a nice view while chatting or something. So the curved walls additionally extend past the front and back glass walls of the building, not only reiterating their importance to the concept, but also creating this interesting effect of being able to see them outside through the glass here. And in the entry plaza is another vertical wall and glass horizontal wall following the same language as inside that would lead people into the building and give them a peek of what to expect. So back to the concept diagram, there are 4 main strips of tone here, where the darkest purple represents more private areas, including the bathrooms, offices, and storage, and the lighter hatch represents public areas such as certain archives, exhibits, and display, like here, and the entrance. The horizontal lines show the slight connections in the horizontal throughout the plan, such as walls in the back that, like the receiving and the research room, that share a wall, and the office walls and the end of certain shelving. So like here. In the circulation diagram, it shows 2 categories of pathways. The lighter path shows how one would walk in the simplest way through the space, horizontally and downwards, which I think is pretty interesting because the plan itself is otherwise mainly vertical. And the darker path shows how one would walk alongside the vertical walls to reach different areas, like the shelving or a terrace here. And the more formal entrances that lead to the research room and the workspace, because the walls are longer and you really walk right along with it. And that's important because of their program. So that's pretty interesting. So these are my sections, and there's also a hierarchy of heights where the archives, exhibit, and entry are the tallest, then the office spaces, and then the bathrooms are the shortest.
So this one cuts through some office areas, the bathroom, some shelving and storage. And this one cuts through the common area in the office, more offices, shelving, some display, and the entrance is here. So these are my perspectives, and they show more of the actual experience of being within the walls, which I made purple to highlight their curves and importance. So this one shows the research room, and these little people are actually studying the garment that I took inspiration from. Here is more of a private display, and that's why there's a glass wall here to more set it off aside. This is the entry where you can actually see the instance of the wall extending outside. And here is what you would see right when you enter, the display here, and then you could see the vertical walls go into the distance. And lastly, these are my artifacts. This is a sculpture. It's called the Dancer. This is the garment, and then this is a belt buckle. And that's all.
All righty. Thank y'all much. I'm going to share my screen. There we go.
One thing that's interesting to me about both of your projects is that each of them is sort of binary, but they have very different expressions of that. So, Mary Lawson, yours is binary in the sense of like within, without, right? You have this enclosed public, or these not public, these enclosed bands that you could sort of like quickly move through artifacts to the reading room, or you are in the office spaces and staff areas. That's separate from the archive, which you have is much more open. And so there, I think it's a very A-B condition with a little bit of A-B starting to happen where it's kind of both at once. And then Emily, yours is quite different because rather than be within or without, it's more axial, right? From the approach, your building is incredibly open. You can see through almost the entire thing from the land all the way out to the river. But then when you're in the building, depending on which direction you're facing, it either feels more enclosed where there's like a series of planes that keep your view from penetrating, or you turn on the axis and reorient 90 degrees and the whole thing is incredibly open. And I think that I was just looking, I was thinking about how this would start to complicate itself so that you wouldn't have just A or just B, but there might be an A and B or a neither A nor B. And one of the opportunities that this is very just first thought is like at your entry, Emily, your entry is the thing that I think like having only a glass partition to stop you feels a little experientially like it's maybe more frustrating than it is inviting, because you're pulled into the placement of the wall in the entry plaza, the curved wall, I think is helpful. But then you can see all the way to the river, but you're just stopped by this glass plane, and I can imagine nose prints from people just slamming into that kind of thing. So I think if you took one of your curvilinear walls and reoriented it, all of a sudden then you have this experience that's pulling you into the building. It's a different moment. It signals something where it's A and B, right? It's the curvilinear, but on a different axis. And so I think there you could start to layer in some complexity and use that for particular moments that you want to highlight and give significance to. And in the same way,
the entire system, that's audacious.
Well, yeah, once you set it up, once you know the rules, you can break them artfully. And then Mary Lawson, I think the same thing for you. There is a little bit of erosion where near the conference room where the circulation sort of penetrates this band or the object that you've started to create. Even though the walls jog, it kind of reads as a band or a zone. And because the circulation pulls through that into that office space, there you're starting to get a little bit of like both A and B. I think it happens in sort of a strange place because it's, private offices that aren't meant for necessarily the public unless they're receiving, researchers or something like that. But I think that the concept and the expression physically are maybe not totally aligned or working in concert, but I do think that you're starting to see that there. I think for each of you, that third layer of either both and or neither nor will give you a little bit more mileage in your concept.
Yeah, these schemes are maybe share a few things, but there are certainly some strong differences. I'm looking at Mary Lawson's right now, and I'm struck by, this is maybe a little bit, maybe I'm reinterpreting the program when I'm looking at your project, but this is the primary public sequence, isn't it? Through this, in your project, this passage, and you're kind of looking at the artifacts in there, and you're really not intended to go there or there unless you're a researcher. Am I misinterpreting this?
They're intended to go mainly to the bottom towards the river because those are the public archives, but there's still slots where you can also go to the private in order for people to go back into the meeting rooms and office spaces.
So, well, I'm trying to understand what's going on here with this zone, the central zone here, because I think it's obviously it's important to you, and I want to understand it better. To me, it's very, very different than what's going on here. This is, I'm seeing this, at least to this point, as a poche zone, a zone that absorbs the loading, the bathrooms, the things that are very much back of house and are not part of the primary spatial sequence. Then this zone feels like it has a very different role, but I'm not quite sure I understand it yet. And so if I had to, just looking at your plan, if I had been asked to draw the circulation diagram, I would be hard pressed to do so. I mean, in my effort maybe to do it, I would say circulation, entry, circulate. And by circulation, I mean public. I don't mean going to the toilet or going to a conference if you're invited. I'm talking about a visitor, right? And so I guess I'm curious about that. I'm also kind of wondering, is there a strong distinction in public-private between what's going on here and here, or are they roughly equal in their roles?
They're roughly equal. I mean, the public archives, they're designed normally to house like more important artifacts, I would say. The public archives are designed for people to use as well and like to take into the resource room in order to study.
And that's the one toward the river?
Yes.
Well, I think if there were, more time to develop this, I would set up very strong rules about what happens along this wall and how you make apertures in it. And I would try to suppress doorways in ways that didn't allow you to see important, in other words, it's a backdrop. And then I would be inclined towards developing this with more porosity. In other words, I don't think I'd put an aperture. In fact, I'm not even sure. I might break this one up much more so that there was really a sense of the connection of the fields across this barrier. Perhaps I'm misinterpreting what you're trying to do, but it is a little bit ambiguous what the relationship between this figure is and this other sequence of spaces, which really, because of its linkage to the entry point, feels critical to your project, just important. I would like to say that I'm appreciative of your keeping the columns all free of walls and acknowledging their role in helping to organize the space. I think that's really effective. I had one other, I'm going to pause in a moment because I'm not sure I have a lot of nuance to offer on that point, but I had a sort of general comment for both people about where you want to cut your sections in a project. And in my view, you always want to cut them through places where things are connecting rather than separating. In other words, you want to cut them through a zone that shows how rooms and doorways and windows open up from one to another. So if I were cutting one through laterally here, maybe I would cut it through that moment of a doorway. I tried to get it through the doorway, then the water. Or if I were cutting it in the other direction, I would certainly cut it through, maybe I need a stronger line weight, through that sequence that you very clearly articulated. Because I want to see spaces that operating in sequence in the section. So whenever you end up drawing a section that shows how different cells of rooms are divided from one another, it's the wrong section. Don't draw it. And I think there was a little bit of that in the other project too. Let's see.
Did you want to respond to Mary Lawson, some of those earlier comments?
Yes, sure. So one reason why I did cut the sections the way I did was just to show like the 4 different layers, the enclosed, open, enclosed, open. So that is why I cut it that way for the first section. And then although like not all of the rooms for the top part, the private areas that are enclosed, I wanted to cut it that way just to like show like the fluidity throughout the spaces itself. So that's why I cut it that way. But I do see your points in cutting it through the public areas, just to like show those areas because they are connecting. That does make sense.
And maybe I'll just talk about it. And it could be, I just thought this was compelling when she decided to take this idea of all the back of house that's usually dark, find a comparable part of the program, and then make it dark as well. And I think she even said, stop calling it a grotto to me, but like this idea of this grotto, like, you know, like for example, the fish collection has the only pocket shark remaining in the world, the Tulane Sutka's fish collection. So maybe this dark cavern, it is maybe like that oyster again. There are these dark, it's the same thing we talked about on, it was Cassie's, right? Or Emily, no, it was Cassie's, right? That maybe these are the most valuable or the most prized of these archives. And so they are in this sort of grotto-like thing. And so she's making this parallel to an enclosed back of house to an enclosed, extremely public, and making them both enclosed. But maybe this is me inflecting what I see in the project on her work. I know that maybe one of the renderings, you know, maybe the renderings could convey more that these are darkened jewels, or these grotto-like moments. It's almost like, well, I'll just leave it at that, because then it sounds like it's my project.
Well, I would agree that of the 2 sections, this one, the upper one, is more successful because it's showing an open space flowing over a figure of closure, and it's also showing that this is unambiguously a different kind of animal. So I would agree with that. I do tend to defer to the moments of aperture.
Oh no, I was actually talking about the comments prior to those. I agree with you completely about she could still cut this section with an app with a door in it, and it would still show this grotto-like condition. And that's the last time I promise I'll say grotto, right? I was just talking about the comment before about I kind of clearly see, and again, it's probably because I've been talking about the project for a month and a half, right? I clearly see why that's an important thing. It's like the prized collection of this collection. But I do agree with you about a porosity that maybe if this is the public one, maybe the porosity leading this way should, and I'm just drawing those arbitrarily, I'm not assigning a location to them, should be stronger than perhaps the porosity in that location, if there's a hierarchy to those 2.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I have I totally agree with the comments, and I think it is really interesting how they are presenting these two exercises together, because they have these similarities of the strategy, but really different way of approaching and different thoughts on it. I was first I wanted to make a comment on the sections of both, because in the first exercise we saw how this kind of isolated volume, that they were rounded sometimes, that they were boxes sometimes, there were an opportunity too in the section, and I missed it in both exercise, like seeing what happened in section. So you were talking about that space that is in the top of the uses, or trying to think of different heights. So I think in both of the projects, the section is missing an opportunity to enrich the project. But I wanted to, like in the first exercise, in Mary's exercise, it is hard for me to also to understand if you are establishing this kind of line or strip scheme that is really clear in the black and gray diagram. For me, it is hard to understand either the direction or either, as Judith was saying, the porosity, because it really looks like the two gray spaces, they are almost the same in quality of the diagram. But whenever we think about the spaces, the quality of the spaces, they change a lot placed in the project. So the collections that they are in the middle of the two blacks and in the middle of the gray, they have a really different quality as you are establishing, for example, for the other collection. So they have this kind of, I have also that question about this long strip that connects the entrance and divide into the gray. So it is for me hard to understand if the two blacks are two blacks or if it's black and something. So the direction of, maybe if we switch it the other way, so putting saying water and earth, maybe we'll have the quality of the grade similar, and then having I understand that why is this direction and it connects with the entrance and it is an opportunity, but it will understand, maybe in my mind I would understand it better, the grade having some kind of qualities and the other ones. So I don't know. And I think in this case, what is really well approached, I think, is the strip, the black strip that is really functional, where you attach everything and it's connected to the loading zone. But I had questions in Emily's exercise, whenever you are trying to divide in the corner, the functional, the corner down, the functional program, I think you establish a really big area and you lose your strategy of lines, of walls to divide this, and you change the system and you start dividing more in little boxes. And I think it would be interesting to try to follow the same strategy, maybe with another scale, to arrive to do it with the same system and not changing the system in that corner. I don't know if it was really clear, I'm sorry. But thinking about those study rooms or all these conference rooms, yes, in that corner, I think you should have tried to maybe integrate the same system, or also in the collection, this wall that are continuous from to top, like from the middle into the end. I think maybe cutting that walls, it will help to increase the circulation. So I think the system gives you more opportunities than maybe you are not taking into consideration, like circulation or dividing little spaces.
Backing up just a little bit, Andrea, I absolutely agree with your point about the sort of diagram being misleading in Mary Lawson's project. I'm wondering if, I think what we're all kind of hinting at is that if you keep the orientation of your bands the same as they are, so that it's sort of, from the top of the plan to the bottom, it's like land, then stereotomic, then an open band, and then another band. I think the character of the bottom band, because it's both like enclosed and stereotomic and diagrammatically related to the office back of house spaces. I wonder if the character of the back of house spaces stays very closed, and then you start to really pierce the band that's closer, that's between, as Judith was saying, like add aperture, add erosion, add, sort of delamination or deconstruction of those rooms. You're kind of starting to do it with the way the circulation is moving diagonally in some of those spaces. The doors are kind of offset, so you're breaking up corners here and there in that lower band. And I'm wondering if that's enough of a character difference to keep the diagram, but then have enough difference that it reads both diagrammatically and makes the distinction in terms of programmatic hierarchy that we're looking for. I'm just reiterating what we've all said.
By the way, there are strategies for making a wall that allows you to sort of hide the doors. There are a few strategies that way, but you could perhaps develop a strategy where there was a wall that created a passage zone behind it. And so you create all your little doors and things that are necessary behind a kind of freestanding wall that is articulating a very different kind of identity. That's just a kind of detail. You could also use the offset so that the doors were only, I'm going to get rid of that, only operating laterally and never frontally. In other words, you only had doors in this direction, never in that direction or that direction, in order to see it as a more neutral backdrop, which I think is part of your concept. I have a couple of comments about the, is it Emily's project? Is that, make sure I have the names right. The one with all the flowies. Yes, Emily's project. Well, I think you picked a really lovely artifact. I mean, that fabric, I don't know what culture made it, but the way the materials operate relative to one another, it is sort of reminiscent of the gills of a fish, as well as the way you make shingles on a roof or overlay different materials. And there's certainly a kind of sense of flow. I was wondering if you ever, when you take an idea like that and then transfer it into an architectural concept, of course, there has to be a big leap, and you know that very well. And I was wondering if you ever turned them, because this sense of flow would make a little more sense to me if the ribbons were running parallel to the flow of the river, as opposed to perpendicular.
I actually didn't consider that, but I would definitely, I think that would make a little more sense. I just didn't really think about it because I was really taking my inspiration from the garment itself, and this draping aspect was such a big part of it. So I just think it didn't really come to mind, but I think it's definitely worth exploring.
Well, obviously it would create, let me see if I can get a little more line weight, a different composition, but I think maybe one that allowed the metaphor perhaps to be more powerful. Now I'll get rid of all those lines because they're so ugly. One of the things about a curved wall, of course, is that it resists certain kinds of attachment. And it certainly encourages physical movement and the movement of your eye along it. So by resisting attachment, I mean, no one can put a desk against it or push some bookcases against it when you, the architect, are gone doing something else. It's kind of has its own sort of authority. And I think that's one reason to use them. But I was kind of wondering whether it would make a lot of sense to see them as maybe double-sided. In other words, I'm not drawing this well, but maybe one side is curvilinear and the other side could be straight, depending on what was going on. And then that opens up vessels for those you know, in your perspective, you're showing exhibition embedded within it, but you're not showing it in plan. And so I'm wondering whether, if they are going to be exhibition vitrines, whether the walls need to somehow morph in order to allow.
Thicken.
I guess I would just say in response, I think that would make it maybe a little easier for a person to walk along it. But I know that in the process of making this, the idea of like walking across the curved walls in this flowing shape was an interesting instance that I just enjoyed. But I know that it would probably be a little more practical. So I definitely understand.
Well, I think too.
I'm kind of intrigued by that notion too, that it might give you an opportunity to respond to the grid a bit more too, with one regularized side or one orthogonal side and one activated side. And I think maybe that would like there might be an issue of too many things going on at once. And once one thing, once one side is active, and that's supposed to be quiet. Hold on, let me just use a regular line. Now, once one side is active and one side is quiet, maybe that allows exactly what you're talking about, to use the activated side as the sequence that brings you through the space. But maybe then the quiet side can be used to nestle artifacts or put a study desk next to respond to the grid. Who knows? And then I think that might, for example, that might help you nail down, well, maybe this is the better side to circulate than this side. And maybe this side, get back to the regular line, maybe this side becomes the quiet side with artifact nestled in it, which then allows you to circulate along this side. So maybe, again, like we're talking about with Livy's at the beginning, maybe there's a sidedness and a response to the grid that could maybe start to happen in these.
Mm-hmm. So let's look at your sections, because, right, I'll make the same comment I made earlier right now, that, I mean, obviously that these things it tends to show how things are divided. And so, but it also, you made an effort to articulate those special walls in the plan. They extend past the boundary of the structure. In section, they don't seem to have a very powerful relationship to the boundary of the ceiling. It seems like they simply come up to it. Is that correct? I mean, I assume that the lower section is what's cutting through them.
Yeah, the lower section cuts through them.
Yeah. So the way they hit there doesn't seem to offer rich analogies to the plan or to your idea. I mean, one sort of obvious thing to do would be to never let them touch the ceiling. I mean, I don't think you want to bring them through the ceiling, but if there was always a zone of light or glazing, I think we could understand that they are special figures operating within the larger field of the box and the column grid, which of course is, behind. So that's a sort of a development thing. And then the upper section, I just wouldn't cut it there. I don't really care about that stuff. I have no problem dropping a ceiling, but I try not to cut through the spaces where that's kind of what it shows.
You had some, talk about your evolution, and not trying to give you credit, but you had some where we actually had discussions, I remember, about the wall. These look a little distilled from those, and it could be I'm remembering someone else's section, but you had some sort of drawing with like the ceiling went up and maybe that curvilinear wall was inside something, and there was like, and you kind of scrapped all that and distilled it back, or?
Well, what I used to have was, there was still this like, the walls still did touch the ceiling, but there was like that hatched upper space throughout the whole thing. But then I thought it would just be more easier, or not easier, but it would just make more sense to like fully extend them, rather than just having like
all this unused space throughout the whole thing, rather than just like in the top one, it's like partially this unused space. So I fully extended them, but there is the difference of heights. You could see like more lower within the bottom section, you know, of the different ceilings, but they kind of just meet the wall rather than like end at the wall. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, I think, and what I'm about to say runs the risk of diluting the power of your curvilinear walls, so take this with a grain of salt. But I think one option would be to think about what would happen if the roof worked in section like those walls work in plan. Because you could vary the height of the roof and build some more free-flowing roof section that allows you to, you know, the roof could be lower than some walls and higher than others, so you would have those opportunities for clear story light that we talked about in some of the other projects. That would, you know, that could be a quick sketch study. I don't know that you would need very much time to understand what the opportunities were there, and then to understand whether that's going to be, you know, deleterious, or if it's going to undermine the power of the walls that if the walls are meant to be a freestanding standalone condition, then I do think that Judith's instinct about keeping the box as a container within which these walls move is probably stronger, but there might be some opportunity to study that in section. And then rather than having to drop this ceiling, you could have something that sort of moves with the program.
Yeah, you could also, I think that's certainly something I would study, what Stuart just suggested. You could also, I suppose, always have a skylight because it's not going to be on the beam line. I don't know if it would work, but always above it, you get a linear slot of light in the ceiling. And then relative to the things that are taller and lower, you know, I have an office. My office is 7 feet wide in Richardson Memorial Hall, and it's about 20 feet high. I have no problem with it. So its weirdness actually gives me a certain amount of joy. So for what it's worth.
I will say, I think there's in Emily's plan, there is a way in which I don't know that the horizontal walls that are cutting counter to the grain of the curvilinear walls, I feel like there's more opportunity to stagger those partitions when they're cutting in a clean line across, just like this line here. That to me, and like this here, where we're at the end of the box, I kind of feel like you want to start to carve out into the envelope and let that give a little bit more breathing room to that balcony, and also emphasize that the curvilinear walls are a change. There's such a clear difference between one side of the wall and the other that you can move where the envelope falls within those walls, and let the stagger happen a little bit more. I think it's happening more successfully, you know, here, you kind of have this is jogged a little bit more, but there's a couple places where that starts to get really sorry, I need to undo that, but this face particularly is troublesome to me because it feels like the glass partitions are dominant over the curvilinear grid. So that's another thing you can think about. I think the idea of flow and overlap is more potent when those walls are staggered.
Yeah, I think that I actually really like that. I think that makes a lot of sense because that line is definitely like a little dominant in the view, especially seeing them all without hatch. So I think I definitely agree.
Yeah, I think that freedom in the system, that as a positive thing to take, you are already doing it with the length that you give to the walls whenever they are extending out of the building. So taking the other direction as part as yours and your project, I think it's I totally agree, it's something to think about.
All right. If there are no more comments, Andrea, where are we?
We're actually right on time. We have 2 minutes left for this pair.
Oh, perfect. So we lost our 8 minutes. That's okay. That's what we're here for. All right. Well, we have 4 left, so we'll do Chen Hao and Brandon. and then Natalia and Cole, and then we'll have a brief closing comment. Chen Hao, are you ready?
Yep.
Chen Hao is in China, so it is 11:30. It's 1:30 in the morning there.
It's 12:30.
12:30, that's it.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Oh, I gotta stop sharing mine. Oops.
Can you see my screen now? Okay.
Yes.
So my president is the Elder Van Eyck's the sculpture pavilion, and the second one is the previous work that I based on that president. And in my now my work is just change from my based on my previous work. I use several squares to overlapping together and to construct my own language. So here is the concept, and it shows the overlapping system. And the last one is the working circulation. And the square outside the building is the glass, and people can walk on it and see the river directly. And when they get into the building from the front door, and here is the front desk, and here's the place that carved into the wall, and that is the naming wall. And on the two sides, here's a pair of sofa, and here's a kind of sitting place that carved into the wall. And the next square is the displaying spaces, and the shelves from the two sides of archive spaces, and the part of the glasses of the research room just construct this square system. And yeah, and people just can walk to the two archive spaces from this place. And the third square in the building is the research room, and all around it, the walls, there are glasses, and people can see the research room directly through the glass when they are walking through the pathway. And the last square is the private spaces, the 6 offices, and two what is it called? I forget. And the 2 meeting rooms. Yeah. So here's the main system of this. And I designed several windows on the ceilings to get the light from sunlight, and to how is it called, to enhance the inside room light. Yeah. So I think here's the main part of my building. Yeah. Okay, I think I've finished saying. Yeah.
All right. Stop your share.
Okay.
And Brandon, when you're ready.
Pulling it up. Yeah, so so here with this, I mostly want to talk about my concept. am not having a good time controlling this. Wow. Okay. Um, so kind of going into this project, this was a lot of difficulty for me to kind of work from a concept and precedent. It's not something I've ever really done before. I have a bit of experience in taking architecture classes, and usually what I do is arrange the rooms and just whatever makes the most sense to me logically from the standpoint of views and lighting. Rubrics often came with patrons with jobs and histories, and using that to inform my design. So this was a challenge. But as I kind of developed an idea based off plans from a previous assignment, which featured prominently curved shelves, over time this idea developed into what you see now, which is this concept of a ripple. And that ripple stems from this object here that has sort of been dropped into the pier, and is actually, as you'll see later in the plan, is sort of torn a chunk out of it and becomes this glass box. And as these ripples kind of come across this site, they create different zones, right? And within these zones are these boxes that are the kind of the key spaces of the archive, right? And you'll see that more in the plan slide. But coming over, I guess, to my precedent, here's God, it was hard to find a building that was based off of Ripple. But I really like this one because it shows this kind of alternating pattern that I tried to replicate within my own plan of having this kind of very defined kind of private space of the interior, and in this case it's exterior space, but in my plan it's more of a public space. This in this alternating pattern. And then for my circulation diagram, I wanted to represent those kind of ripples again. So I did include a very light outline of the walls of the plan, as well as the openings for the doorway, just to show that. And the way this is laid out is using these ellipses and hatching them. The ellipses length is determined by the shape of the walkway. The width is determined by the expected foot traffic I expect it to get. And so is the density of the hatching. And then the direction is chosen by kind of public or private. So vertical is private, horizontal is public, and then this main entry point is both. Everyone's entering from there. I really need to stop zooming in and out. This is not working for me. So coming down to the plan, you can see more kind of what I'm talking about with the chunk ripped out of this kind of glass floor. And this has become a sort of precious archive almost. You walk into this space and you're surrounded by these key artifacts. Anything light sensitive can go in an archive box. And I featured it very prominently in one of my perspectives as well. It just becomes a very kind of, I don't want to say spiritual place, but I guess a very meaningful place for workers in the archive to come in and just be surrounded by this light, this view in these works of history. And then, yeah, the ripples here using thickened walls to kind of punctuate them, and the alternating ripples are, these first one and third one have become walkways, and the second and fourth ones have become walls that define the space. And having the center of all the ripples be public and the outer ones be private is kind of the main theory behind everything. In terms of, I am so bad at this.
Do you want me to drive?
No. I'm almost done here anyways. So I had a few things to say about the sections and the perspectives and the way I cut them. Was I wanted to show in the sections the kind of pathway that the objects take. So here I imagine this piece of pottery has been brought into one of the meeting rooms, and the maybe the archaeologists or representative of the archaeologists who found it are presenting it to the archive workers and saying, here's this artifact. Would you like to buy it to show in your archive museum? And then it moves into this research room to be examined and repaired or cleaned. And then it's moved, you can kind of see it here behind the secretary, to be on display in this kind of entry lobby. And here a similar thing with this statue being kind of arriving and processing, being and being cleaned, being transported down this hallway and into the display space. And then my perspectives are chosen. These are representing each of the squares shown in the precedent. So this here is one of the perspectives. This here is a perspective. This here is a perspective. What's the last one? Right, and then the center walkway is also a perspective. Yeah, that's my presentation.
Well, I can certainly see that Andrew put these two projects together because they both explore a diagonal line or a diagonal order in relationship to the rectilinear field condition that you're offered by the site and the parameters of the project as given to you. And I mean, I guess we should probably start by talking generally about the diagonal because it has, I'm trying to figure out where a good place to sketch would be. Okay. I'll do it based on this. If you have, I mean, the condition that you find is, of course, this square field with the square grid. And then that grid tends to reinforce this direction and this direction through the apertures created within the columns. In other words, if you were to draw a line through there, through the corners, it's really just a stacking up of solids, column, column, column. So it's not a visual line. It is it's a line of solidity, and it tends to suppress movement or vision. So I would argue that the introduction of the diagonal is extremely difficult with that initial column grid that you're offered. Now, Brandon, you've talked about a different kind of concept completely that somehow turned into a diagonal, because by talking about a ripple, it sounded like a series of concentric, possibly circles, but some notion of a sort of central figure conceptually that had a series of spatial zones that emanated from it.
More radial, yeah.
Yeah, a kind of radial thing, but successive, not necessarily tied to specific lines of axes in one direction or the other, but some kind of, I mean, I could imagine a box within a box within a box, a kind of Russian doll scheme. And it wouldn't have to, that idea wouldn't have to be curved. You could do a series of rectilinear forms, which might be a lot easier to deal with relative to the existence of that initial rectilinear field with the column grid. So I'm not sure how to be helpful, because I think you've set up something that is, in this instance, I don't see that it's helping you. There's an axis, but it's not something that you support at that point. And the notion of movement in has nothing to do with it. The axis is denied, of course, by the existence of that column. And then presumably you would have to have a piece of structure there. And so you know, even at this moment where you're trying to create a special place that looks out to the river, you're not really getting that. So I feel like you, and in a sense you articulated it, that you had a difficult trajectory in this process of finding a kind of conceptual approach. And I think that that's, you know, it happens in projects. What you describe in terms of your past experience, not dealing with concepts, but rather interpreting literally program, is not the greatest way to start. I mean, if I I imagine many people took this rather detailed program and just started laying out boxes and deciding where the little stuff goes and the big stuff, and as if it was a sort of three-dimensional bubble diagram of plan program. And anyone who started this way probably realized they were desperately in need of a concept. Otherwise, it just looked like something somebody from facilities put together, in an afternoon with zero idea of space, order, public-private, hierarchy, all those important things. So I'm going to, after that soliloquy or tirade or whatever you want to call it, I'm going to be quiet for a moment and look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say.
I do want to add, I can see Liles smiling because that is exactly how I started, with just kind of assemblage of boxes in a semi-organized, logical pattern.
Well, I have a bit of an unfair advantage because I've seen this work, and I think I'm a little confused because I think both of your projects suffered a little bit in the time since I've seen them, which is that's a very natural part of architecture, right? Like sometimes you just get down the wrong trailhead and it doesn't really serve your project the way you thought it would. But I think, Brandon, I'm speaking to you very sympathetically because I have experienced a similar difficulty where there's something that's conceptually you have this ripple so clear in your head, but there's a disconnect between the ripple conceptually and the ripple experientially or architecturally, right? And that bridge is like why you're getting an education, because I think you have all the pieces there. They're just not. They're like it's like you're back engineering a concept that's kind of not quite showing up the way you want it to in the architecture. I think Judith's point about nesting dolls or something that is more spatial, more three-dimensional would help your understanding, because really a ripple is about it's either about nestedness or it's about expansion and compression, right? So you would have these zones of tightness and then these zones of breadth that would kind of move concentrically across your site from your point where you really started your ripple. And I think that's not exactly what your building is doing. It's sort of there. We can kind of see the diagram. We sort of understand it. So I'm sympathetic. I'm saying I think you might have you might do a little bit, spend a little bit more time like really understanding the concept and what it actually means materially to help you understand how to deploy it spatially. So there's that. And like Team Stewart, that is 100% an experience that I've had. And then for Chin Hao, I think like the diagonal that you set up, when we saw the plan before, it was a little bit more explicit, and I think it helped it a little bit. This diagram here was much closer to the plan, like they looked more similar. And part of what I think what you've done is like started to erode this idea of a diagonal and then a point of choice was kind of what we were responding. Let me give us a little bit more weight to this line so we can read it. This diagonal with the point of choice where you then split. I think that was the thing that I was responding to that was kind of nice about your plan. But you've sort of undercut that diagram. I think if your shelving was reoriented or swapped across these quadrants, it would kind of help us reconnect that idea of an entry diagonal. Oh, I zoomed out on accident. An entry diagonal that then has a point of split. But rather than keep the clarity of this space here that's kind of open in your diagram, that's counterbalanced by an open space here with a more heavily subdivided alternate corners, that it's just gotten diffuse, to return to that earlier word. So I think, I don't know, I feel a little bit, with Professor Kennard, I'm a little bit at a loss for how to make suggestions for this, other than to just say return to the concept and maybe back up a couple steps and make sure that things are reading physically, spatially, materially the way the concept asks them to, rather than shoehorning a concept onto something you've already done.
We had a couple of conversations about that glass box in the middle, and I think he really wanted that glass box to be a jewel. But I was kind of saying what Stuart's saying, and I guess in turn Judith, that, or Judith first, was that maybe if some of these walls started coming back instead of this being a glass box, maybe I would start to see a grain of that box again, and maybe it would clarify a hierarchy. I don't know, and sort of maybe introduce, like you were saying, this notion of a split or a turn, or maybe you don't dissolve this corner. But I thought it was about that glass box in the middle, maybe a little more conceal reveal might start to clarify that clear circulation.
I find that glass. Go ahead.
Well, it's all right. Chen Hao, I think that for me, just to be clear, and maybe this is for everyone, and I'm going to sketch over your axon for a second. I think that the column grid makes the effective trajectory of an axis working this way virtually impossible. So I think maybe because in a sense that line is destroyed visually. You have to move off of it. And therefore the diagonal in a sense no longer exists. You end up with a series of relationships that are working separately of it. Your body would move off of it immediately if you came into your building. So I would argue that you look at some of your other drawings, because sometimes you have to let a concept go and see what other ones are emerging. For me, your strongest drawing is this axonometric. And if you sort of dive into it and see what its potentials are, I would certainly see the positive aspect of a large figure without the cutout in my view, and perhaps a figure that is surrounded maybe in a very large field of openness, displaying the columns and having the fields of bookshelves, etc. And then developing some very well-organized bands of program that are operating with the various solid elements of the program. And then you don't enter here. You enter presumably along in between the order of the columns there, or perhaps there, and that you get a kind of wonderful sense of a kind of special centralized plan with a courtyard and 4 squares of space or whatever, however many, I don't know exactly what the grid is doing. Anyway, it's a different idea, but I think that there's a moment you have to kind of be nimble and say, okay, what's working and what's not. But that's my take on your project. Obviously, projects have different lives and different trajectories.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
After you.
I agree with Judith, and I was thinking about the general comments about the diagonal. I don't want to move on to that, so it's Stuart, if you were going to talk about the Judith. Okay.
I'm done.
And I was thinking about how I understand that in the case of Chen Hao, he is trying to use the diagonal to place these special programs or wet spaces or entrances. So is that what is making the axe, while Brendan is doing the opposite, is leaving the diagonal for the main space. So but in both cases, I think they have a common problem that is taking the scale and these elements and something as useful and as compressed, as possible. So I think like in both cases, for example, the upper corner in Chen Hao project, it's hard to understand that it's not the entrance, for example, or that is not a main element, or that is not something really functional. If we are understanding that this diagonal with the diagram that Stuart was talking about is going to be the opportunity to place these private programs. So I think there is, and in the case of Brendan, I think it's the same thing, that there's the corner, for example, in the other side, I was saying that is the loading part of the workshop or these kind of spaces. I think you are losing the tension between what is functional and what is the exhibition part. So I think this tension of the positive and the negative, if they both take it more intentionally, and it will be a great opportunity to keep this concept, like doing, it can be the same exercise, but doing the opposite. And also trying, I think there are two things that also you could help and this stage, because one is like general composition element that we have been talking from the beginning, like for example, in this plan of Brendan, this whenever we see the wall touching the column and at the same time touching the door. So trying to avoid that and thinking about these elements as really compact and individual, like it will help to avoid or the direct walls, yeah, like direct doors to the main space, trying to have like more complex circulation. I think there are kind of keeping the idea but trying to fix these conflicts, I think is a way to approach. And I think you both also have like a problem with the drawing. I think it helped a lot in the whenever we use hatches. This is like a second step, but I think it's not as important as architecture right now, what we were saying. But for example, with this concept or having the access, the services, and in the main point, the collection, maybe if you use the hats to place these different spaces, that maybe you had these two sides and then the other space you leave it completely open and with white, and the other project it could do the opposite. So there are some also kind of drawing skills that even when you do it and you see the amount of space that you are giving to each space, it also helps you to put into scale some of the project, some of the programs. So I think it will be a good exercise to go through the project, hatch it, try to find the little mistakes that we have been talking from others and try to adjust it to, and to be constant with the idea of the diagonal and the positive and the negative.
I agree. I think those are both all the points that have been made are really astute. I agree with Judith's comment typically about, I mean, generally when you have an existing grid, it's much more expensive to demolish and restructure something. But I also think since we're in the realm of school and we're not having to deal with budgets, I do think that if you have this column grid, and in Chin House plan specifically, if you need to enter on the diagonal, if the diagonal is the thing you're going to pursue, then you would need to delete that column. And specifically, like I'm thinking about like the possibility of deleting that column and then ghosting it. This one, let me see if I can draw it right here so you can see in his plan. That column right there, that one needs to get deleted in service of the diagonal. You could in theory restructure that, and then I would leave like a column of light or something there to emphasize there was a column that needed to go in service of the rest of your plan. That's another sort of alternate approach. I would prefer, typically, I would do what Professor Kennard is suggesting and let the reality win and, really just like work with what's existing. But the alternate to that is if you try that and you do a couple of studies and you're not getting a lot of mileage out of, responding to the actual existing condition, and there is for some reason you just need to let the diagonal happen, the alternate would be to acknowledge the change and like highlight the change, to still show that there was a column grid and that you deviated from it very strategically for the purposes of your architecture. That's another possibility. But I think anywhere that there's these moments of ambivalence, like a glass box to me is such an odd ambivalent condition, right? Because it's not an object, because it's sort of an object. It's a bounded volume, which would suggest an object, but it's also a transparent material, which immediately subverts that objectivity or boundedness. And so I think when you get to points like that, where you're building an object out of glazing, or say in Brendan's plan, where where the column grid is right in front of the reading room door, those moments of ambivalence, unless they're very intentional and charged and used specifically for the lack of resolution, they need to be resolved. Right? So you can pick which thing is going to win. Either you move the door because the column grid has to stay where it is, or you delete the column because you need the door to stay where it is. But unless there is a really potent, controlled, intentional point to have the lack of resolution show up for conceptual reasons, just go ahead and resolve it.
That's
I was-
interesting. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was thinking also.
I'm not supposed to talk at all.
I was thinking also about where to place that diagonal. Like you have both choose to use this main axis, and in this case gives a conflict of this space and this space, like having two A's, like AA, this division. I was thinking the same strategy of diagonal if you want to work with, but maybe you choose this space as diagonal, leaving two different qualities side to side, 1 and 2. Maybe it is also something to think about, like the diagonal, where in the grid you place it, because it will divide the other elements. So maybe with this problem that you have to place then the same program side to side because you have places in the middle, but maybe placing in the other side, it will scale your program, your this main space or these services areas, and then make a hierarchy, use the diagonal to make a hierarchy in the general scheme. So in both cases, I think the placement is something to...
That's a valid point, and it goes back to a couple of things we've been saying in other projects about sidedness. I'm immediately skeptical of symmetry because it's very rare that a condition is absolutely equal on both sides. That's almost never the case. And so when you do something that's symmetrical, it sets up, oh, these two things on opposite sides are of equal weight. And that can feel sort of static. Frequently, it's not true. So I do think that acknowledging hierarchy and also looking at your program array, like Brendan, we were saying about your plan, if you put a hatch on it, you might see how the spaces are unequally weighted or there's not enough area for a certain program. I do think that moving that diagonal to a place where it does respond to the existing condition might also open up opportunity to acknowledge the sidedness, that there's not an equal weight between public and private program, or that you start to recategorize things to fit that new diagram. So like when you're at a point, like it seems both of you kind of reached a point where you're sort of stuck and it's not totally clear how to proceed, these small shifts in concept and then redrawing to accommodate a reality can really like unlock and help some stuff flow. So I think you both have a lot of opportunity, and I don't think you're very far off. It's just these minute shifts and responses, which is the natural next step in any architectural or design process. It's just like, oh, that didn't quite work, so shift a little bit and then redraw based on that shift and see what you uncover.
I wish I'd have interrupted you, because then it would have sounded like that was coming from me, because I was going to say that exact same thing. And it was intriguing because Judith kind of made it clear. And it's funny, I didn't even notice, like if, for example, we're looking at Chin House, I totally now see these nesting dolls. There's like an inner sanctum, and maybe there's a circulation area out beside that one. And then there's sort of a clear, whoops, that's not the one I picked. And they're pretty clear. And all I'm doing actually is probably redrawing her diagram. That then there's a clear sort of external. And we could argue if this one, if we keep going to the well or we go ahead and draw it to the corner. But there's definitely a series that makes it wildly clear as a sequence. And maybe the point was to, and maybe it's that, or who knows what it is, to then, just like Stuart was saying, say, well, I'm just struggling with these angled, layered, diagonal squares, but I've made a nice plan. Maybe there's, what is this plan affording me? Oh, it's these nice layered nesting doll approaches or something. And maybe it's ripples like Brandon's.
You two just combine your projects, yeah.
Yeah, they're similar. They're, like you said, they're adjacent to each other from a reason. And I think we could draw the same squares here that maybe just put a clarity on it, in a similar vein that maybe takes out battling that angle. All right. We are back. We're back at our 8 minutes ahead of schedule, so we can just finish with our last two and then have some closing comments.
Sounds good. I have to teach it one.
Oh, well then, well, this will be perfect. Natalia, when you're ready, I'll stop sharing and you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Indeed.
All right. So in creating this archive design, I studied shifting and dropping grid patterns and intersecting diagonals, which I first discovered in studying one of Carl Andre's typed pages. The 3x3 grid forms the skeleton of my diagonal grid system, with blocks dropping from column to column. The four corners of the form house program, and archival shelving spans the space between them. Primary circulation is along the column grid and through the shelving, and secondary circulation drops off from these axes into exhibits, resting places, and program. The shifting drop-in motion is carried through to the program interiors and works to guide motion. In the upper right corner is receiving, which consists of a shipment bay facing the exterior loading dock, as well as a workshop in which new artifacts can be documented and prepared for shelving. In the lower left corner are office spaces. There are 6 individual offices which face the shelving along one edge and feed into common work and meeting spaces on the other. The form follows the grid, extending off the square site and over the water. And those 2 private program spaces, receiving and offices, share a lowered wall height, which you can see in the isometric here. The upper left of the depot consists of a reading room where visitors and scholars can study artifacts, as well as a private exhibit. 2 small middle exhibits containing fish tanks and specimens clarify the building's organizational structure for visitors among the shelves, one dropping into the next. The lower right holds restrooms and a visiting exhibit space where I imagined my chosen artifacts. Each 2-horned creatures might make a rotation. These are my artifacts. The last protrusion is the lobby space, which drops down into an outdoor seating garden area and shifts up into the depot. These public programs share heightened walls, and exhibits, which fall on a diagonal, puncture the roof to allow light to carry down and radiate outwards through them. So, horizontal walls are glass and vertical walls are solid. Visitors among the shelves can see workers and researchers analyzing objects, catch glimpses into exhibits, and enjoy the views of the water and park. Workers can observe and manage the visitors in the shelving. When approaching the entrance down here, not only is the gridded system apparent in the form's staggering walls and the plaza floor pattern, but the horizontal glass allows one to see directly through the lobby and into the outdoor area, as well as into the single special object display aside reception, which is right here. And this single large object display is met with a naming wall that pushes visitors up along the grid system and releases them into the archives. So my sections. The first one shows the relationship between the offices and the reading room, so you could see across them through the shelving. And the second shows the glass walls where you could see the lobby, the outdoor space, and the special object exhibit. And these are the offices here. And then my perspectives. The upper left is the 2 middle exhibits with the little fish specimens hanging from the ceiling and in their tanks. The right is from the outdoor seating area where you could see into the lobby and you can see that special exhibit. This is walking along the gridded path by the offices where you can see in and you can tell that the walls shift. And then this is from the exhibit in the reading room. So thank you.
All right, Cole, we're ready when you are. Share screen, thank you.
All right, hello. Hopefully, last but not least, I am Cole, and my president is from Liles Woods' work. I appreciated Liles's explanation of how some chose not to use exact work from him, and this is certainly the case where I took inspiration from his movement and voids in space, and then created a pinwheel. And then with that pinwheel, I shifted and moved, creating opportunities in space for function and quite interesting abilities. So my movement diagram here shows how people will enter through the lobby and circulate around the different wings. And here is my isometric party that I wanted to show how each pill room, when shifted and then shifted outwards, kind of goes steps down and moves inwards because of its space outside moving in and the movement across or down, allowing for opportunities to be filled. Now moving to my plan, the function becomes a bit more evident when loading and then retrieving is connected with a forestry lobby. You cross and the movement here is cut and you can see the water beneath it. The movement in the back of the house for offices and conference room has a fish tank for the fish sector of the wing. Then this is research, cutting edge. I thought it was important to place it on the water because of the research being done is cutting edge and impactful. So it's kind of breaking off into the future. And then the hill room being slid to the side allows for private, more expensive or important artifacts to be shown behind a glass wall. Both my sections emphasize the undulating roofs of each pill room. The lobby here is a little bit lower until it enters into the larger foyer. Then back into the offices and the fish tank, and then behind it is the research room, slightly higher with the private viewing of artifacts behind it. And then here is the fish tank with the fish shelving, then research, and the other wing of shelving. Before I go to my perspectives, I wanted to draw your attention to that each person is a perspective. So instead, I demarcated sections and perspectives so you could know where each one would be.
Smart.
This one is in front of the lobby facing forwards, private artifacts and forestry with then down here is fish tank would be over here, but viewing into the lobby, down into the water, and then private archive. And this is inside the lobby, having just disappearing kind of a portal into the room. I tried to be very sure that none of the perspectives had a clear box surrounding. Isometric, I believe helps show kind of the drawbridge effect. Each shift, this shift has with the lobby, then the shift with the storage and loading, private archive, and fish tank in the back with special squiggles demarcating each what would be shelved. Then I did have an idea of, so these are my archives or artifacts, sorry, and each one. So I have a Mayan temple, a triumphal arch, and an Old English brass and wood clock, all showing aging, time, cutting edge technology at different times and different cultures. All kind of, I believe, showing off the idea of shifting, moving through time, cutting edge, and undulating surf. Well, maybe not the artifacts, but the ability of movement and rotation in each pill room. And I believe that is it.
Unmuting, sharing screen.
This is sort of a facile way to enter this, but I'll throw it out there and get a conversation going. There's a difference of legibility in experience, I think, for each of your plans, where Cole, yours is very much object oriented, right? Like yours is incredibly legible in plan. I think materially it will be very legible. You've introduced some complexity to it with some of the shifts and pulls that I think is starting to complicate that and make it not very dry, which is great. And Natalia, yours is going to be, I think it's because you're working from a two-dimensional diagram or a two-dimensional artifact and then two-dimensional diagramming. I think it's legible. I'm seeing a lot of legibility in your plan. I looking at your perspectives was what really caught me, because I don't know that your perspectives are communicating your concept. And I'm wondering whether it's possible for them to. I don't know that every single piece of your building always has to have this super legible diagram. I think in your, if they're, the way that yours would show up would probably be with like material application or at a scale of ornament or interaction rather than spatially in the perspectives. I don't know if that's making sense. Y'all stop me if I'm not making sense, but I do think that there's a way that you've got this move that's like shifting and dropping in plan. I think it could happen in section a little bit, and I am also of the opinion that you may be able to, in a presentation, I know you needed to do these perspectives for the purposes of pedagogy and for skills building, but I'm not sure that the perspectives are really a thing that you would put a lot of weight on in a presentation, because they're not obviously illustrating concept the way the rest of your drawings are, if that makes sense. But one thing I did think about yours was everybody, we've seen several people engage the river or pretend to engage the river, where there's a lot of like, oh, this is open, you can see the water. And somebody earlier had drawn the water level at the level of the museum. And the reality of this river is, first of all, it's not very nice. And it's there's a huge fluctuation in level. It's up like something in the spring, sometimes the floods are like 17, 18 feet of water level difference. So I think that, falling water has that platform that descends from the house level down closer to the level of the creek. And I think that if you had a series, since you're already expanding into the plaza, if your section started to shift and drop, there could be a series of platforms that are only accessible at certain parts of the year because of flooding. You design them to be flooded. And for the water to leave a mark, you could use a material where it would stain the more it floods, and you would really see this process. And that way you could sort of make that connection to the conceptual connection between the artifact, the plan, the architecture, and then the river condition, try to knit those together a little bit more tightly. And then to apply that to Cole's, I think that there are Cole and other projects. If the presence of water is something that you want to do, sometimes it may be necessary to artificially construct an analog where, rather than just putting a hole in the floor and looking down 15 or 20 feet to the water level that's, mucky and gross, you might artificially build a small water feature into your building that's 3 feet below the level. And it's conceptually linked, but it's not, sometimes the actual condition is not the greatest iteration. And if water is really important, or this like visibility of the river is really important, you either figure out how to show the nice parts of the river, or you artificially construct the link in the way that you can control and make pleasant and experiential. Again, throwaway comment.
now that we are facing the end of the session, I wanted to say, because we said it at the beginning and then we keep forgetting it, but the qualities of the drawings are amazing. So I wanted to congratulate the students because the level is really, really good. And I think in your case, in Cole's and Natalia's case, you have both arrived to a really personal and really good way of expressing your project with the line work. So it is something, I think, something that you have achieved really well. I was thinking how, well, in Cole's project, I think whenever it makes me more conflict is whenever you try to, like in the two vertical boxes, you have 4 boxes, the 2 vertical ones, whenever there is an interaction between the limits of the perimeter and the limit in your box is whenever the dialogue gets harder. And I was wondering about the size of these elements too. How so if whenever this is a question, like we arrive in this box that is linked to the deck, and then the circulation in the white is completely free for the public, and then the spaces in the other elements are for the private.
So the only real box the public can access is the first one with the lobby and bathrooms. And then the other 3 are basically back of house.
Okay. Well, I think it is really clear, the scheme. And yeah, I would say, like, maybe in the box, and what I was saying, like the box underneath, whenever the limit it is made in the same line, or the box in the top in the same line, that the perimeter, it takes a little, it loses a little bit of the intentionality, that working with the boxes totally independently, that working with the perimeter and the white space. But and also like the moments of whenever the box are attached to the columns. So there are general things that we have seen in exercise before, but I think it is also here whatever is taking more the weaknesses of the concept. But I think it was really clear and it's a really good exercise. So, and then I was wondering, in the section, I couldn't really understand the so when is the boxes like going up, or then like in the first section, it seemed to me that everything is level the same, but there is one box that is smaller, and the second section, it was hard for me to understand this height part, what is responding to.
So all right, on the first section, you see the fish tank, and that is the height of the offices, as you can see in the second section. And then what's behind the fish tank in the second section is that research room, or that research box with the offices and others. And that is what you would see in the first section in the middle. So what I tried to show is how the roof line doesn't directly, isn't parallel or is the box. The box create their own roofs underneath the roof line. And the roof line kind of follows that and goes up for the middle kind of circulation, and then drops down again, respective of the box or the lobby box.
Yeah, I think that, sorry to interrupt.
No. Go ahead.
Because I agree with the comments. I think these are both strong schemes. They bring up different sets of issues. And Colin, your issues are largely being revealed in section, and to a certain extent, issues that might require a little clarification. In the axon too, there are some concerns, because fundamentally this idea of the 3 special figures that absorb all the solid stuff, all the services and the offices and some of the public stuff as well as some of the display. It's a great idea because it leaves everything else open, and you can begin to then explore these solid figures' relationship to each other, and of course to the perimeter of the given figure and to the columns. So I think that the exploration, and that occurs, of course, both in section and in plan. And I think that there's some aspects of that are not yet convincing. For example, sometimes these figures are glassy, and sometimes they're really solid figures. And then sometimes the perimeter of the building, the rest of the rectangle, sometimes it's glass and sometimes it's solid. So the dance between solidity and glazing would seem to me to require some additional exploration, because I can easily imagine a solid figure of mass or object coming through a glass wall, or I can imagine the opposite. But I think it might be okay to do different things in different places, but I don't think that within the logic of each time that happens, there's a clear stance, I guess. Do you see what I mean by that? I mean, maybe I could diagram
Yeah,
it.
I'm slightly confused.
Well, it's glass. I'm looking at your plan now. That's glass, right? But this isn't.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And yet this element, I'm going to pick a different color. This element's job is to create contrast between what's happening here and here. And in my opinion, if it just requires a greater specificity about the material identity of the wall at that moment and the material identity of the figure that's pushing through it. So I guess it's my point, I suppose, is really that simple. And because each one morphs a bit.
Do you have a response, Cole? I know you do.
I see it.
I know, exactly.
I use black to symbolize my boxes and a lighter wall line. I tried to show off the different material in the plan.
Talk about your wall hierarchy. I don't want us to run out of time. What made you choose solid and what made you choose glass?
Well, the glass hatch I chose because on the end of each kind of rotation, so you can kind of view out and then not have all the artifacts bask in like all that light coming from the other side. And I thought the idea of the fish tank would be great. So offices could have views connected to the fish tank. And
was that you that drew that or Stuart that drew that?
That was me.
Stuart.
Yeah. It's that, exactly. I think it was the same thing. That's all that I was asking you to respond to, as Judith was saying, what's the strategy behind when you chose solid and when you chose glazing? And it's what Stuart was saying at the beginning. You are so rigorous and locked into this pinwheel that even your wall types are pinwheel. Like there's that rule set again, and you're not going to diverge from it. And maybe that's what some of the critics like Andrea were saying, is maybe it is time to puncture that box sometimes. Or maybe Judith is saying vary that glass flow. But like now you do see that, oh, I get it. Every time I whip around, I turn around a box, there's a captured view. Every time I circulate around the box, there's sort of a framed view. You know, I circulate along the box, there's glass. So that's all I was saying, is just have a clarity of like when, you know, and when that pinwheel strategy is used.
Yeah, I appreciate that logic, because I do think that that's a power. These vistas are powerful, and I do like the very much like the fish tank zone that you create. I would love it if you could figure out a way to use those kinds of strategies to get rid of those doors when you have them. And I personally think that the columns should be inhaled into this. In other words, having it skewered by the column, I don't think is successful. Either it expands and captures the column, or shrinks and allows the column to, but that feels like it's a moment of contrast. And so
a column inside the fish tank would be brilliant. Like, it's the marriage of the program and it's like the two things we're trying to get everybody to do: respond to structure and concept, right? It would be this column that fish are floating around. Go ahead, Judith, sorry.
Well, yes, exactly. And then in section, either this thing up here has to come up and then let this kind of cut back to accept it, or it sits underneath. Right now, that feels like a sort of impossible condition, where it's trying to be figural, yet the ceiling is exactly at the same moment. So that, that's obviously a complex tectonic thing in section. But I really like the project, and I think that the level of investigation is amazing. I also really like this project too, the Natalia's project. It was interesting because I was having a little bit of trouble figuring out how I would describe it. Yet I think it's remarkably successful. I mean, what I'm seeing is a sense of graining. I'm looking at the plan now. Graining associated with the very strong, almost like a fabric weave of the bookshelves that's held consistently all the way through, and of course is related to at least one direction of this square grid. And then this sense of a sort of, dare I say, diagonal visual drift through it that occurs, multiple times. And then you get these little figures in the floating, and then obviously the solids of the program are positioned in such a way that they try not to interfere with that too much. They tend to solidify the corners, except for maybe here, which of course is tied to the desire to open up that view towards the river. So I really think it's remarkably subtle and successful. Personally, of course, you're not going to be shocked to learn I would get rid of that engagement of column and glass wall, and I would get rid of that one, and then you would have solved the column problem completely. You're almost there. The one thing that I'm sort of iffy about is whether the scheme is helped by the projection of pieces past the volume. I mean, I guess I'm not sure it's essential to your idea, I wonder.
To respond to that, I suppose the idea there was just like that the grid continues past the square confine. Like, since I took a chunk out of the corner at the top, I didn't want that to be the only instance. And so, yeah, the idea there was just continuing the grid, like in my concept.
No, I can see why you did it. I'm just wondering if it has the clarity that all the other aspects. I'm looking now at your axon, but because of course you have this very strong grain of the bookshelves here, I might have allowed this piece of wall to almost read like another version of that bookshelf that's simply pulled out. And maybe there would be some benches or something so that you're carrying a sense of that strong graining of the secondary elements out. And then maybe this isn't as important as you may think it is. But in any event, I think that the scheme is successful at many levels.
I totally agree with Judy, and I think Natalia's exercise has something really particular, that is how she's been using the module that is given as part of the exercise of the grid to use it as a module, and how you scale your solid programs, for example, scaling these little study rooms that you are proposing, that is a quarter of the grid, or using half of the grid, third of the grid, that I think is sometimes it's really useful to use the grid and quarters or thirds of modules to keep the composition of the space. I totally agree with the problems whenever your elements that are the walls, the parallel walls, get in contact with the columns. We have seen in other society that gives us a problem, but I think it's really intelligent also to learn from the structure grid to integrate, to scale your spaces. So I think that's a successful and really realistic practice, and that it will be useful for future projects.
You know, I might revisit your perspectives a bit and try to find a point in your project which really reveals these systems coming together, because your perspectives are fine, but they're not showing the power of your scheme. But
you're talking to Natalia, right?
Yes, yeah. And I must say, when we say on a final review, you should revisit this, we don't really mean that we expect you to go and we're speaking more conceptually.
And that's a tricky thing, like to actually convey shift and drop in perspective. So it would just be, and Natalia would be the first to tell you, she might have stayed in plan for a little longer than I would have appreciated. But I finally wrenched it out of her hand and got her into looking at the other components. But I think it shows how well resolved the plan is and how close the other options are, the other requirements are.
Yeah, I mean, I think Judith is right. That's a better approach than what I suggested, which was just to ditch the perspectives altogether because the plan is strong enough. But I do think that there's a conversation around, you know, like where is the project working, right? And if Natalia's project is just really resolved in plan, and the concerns are less, I think it's worth the investigation to figure out, does this same thing translate into section? Can it show up in perspectives? Or what's the part about the plan that, like Judith is saying, where the systems coincide, where there's a column and some deleted bookshelves and the grain and some other things. If you can show that, great. Figure out where to show what's happening in the plan, in the perspectives or in other drawings. But there is also, I do think that there is, sometimes in architecture, it's okay to say this is a plan-driven project. And it makes sense in plan. It's a really well-resolved plan. Yours is, I have less objection to just extruding the plan without a lot of sectional variation. I mean, I think you would have some, but I don't think it demands the same level of sectional complexity that some of the other ones do that are so direct and sort of one note in plan, because you have so much subtlety and complexity and overlay in the plan and in the way those systems are interacting. It's already going to be a very experiential plan, which I think is what we're responding to, because plans frequently are not experiential, and yours has that quality already in it. So there's less need for imbuing the section with the emotion because you have it in the plan. I'm not sure if the other reviewers feel the same way, but that's part of why I don't feel so compelled to talk so fully about your sections, is because there's a quality of emotion that we normally find in section that's already inherent in your plan.
I think one thing I try and scream about in first year is that space is kind of why we're here. And like I even got to the point halfway through studio where I would ask them, like, what did I eat for breakfast? And they knew the answer was space, because that's the answer to every question I ask in my section, right? The answer to everything is space. So, you know, I go back and I appreciate you leaving it on the table. Like I would probably revisit if the two choices are, say it's a plan driven or push and revisit. Like, I think you even had the best response was like, maybe you drop and step and section, and there's maybe a sectional shift. And if we just not spend so much time in plan and move the section sooner, maybe we could have found that space. But
well, and yes, and to agree with you, you should only settle on saying that it's a plan-driven project after you figured out that you can't show it anywhere else, right? You have to do seriously, and I'm not trying to be funny. in design, it's critical to do the exploration to know that you have rejected through evidence-based experiment, right? When you've done the drawing and you know that it doesn't work and there's not a lot of possibility there and you've tried it and it won't go, then you say, you know what, great, this is a plan-driven project. This is like because of other restrictions or budget or site or whatever the thing is, we're gonna make this about plan. That's fine, only after you've done the exploration. But the critical piece is that you go ahead and do those drawings and you do mine for the pieces that you could charge. And if they're not there, they're not there. But at least you know, here's all the proof in these 17 drawing studies that I did that there's nothing there.
Yeah, I think that the perspective could do the same, have the same role that you're describing, because I agree. But because if I started imagining what the perspective of this project was from roughly that point, and that became a kind of design instigator, I might move these boxes, or at least one of them. I mean, they may be disrupting the sense of the grain, because I was interested in maybe having tiers of height to those bookshelves, so that these are the tallest. Then there's a kind of intermediate height there, and then a low height, you know, where I'm, they may even be table height, so that your vision is opened up towards the river through this grain, which is a spatial thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, 12:50. I want Judith to get a snack before studio.
And Andrea.
Oh yeah, exactly. Both Andreas. Stuart's gonna just go home and nap, I think. No, he's back at work. Stuart has a full-time job. But I'd love to offer y'all please take some closing comments, a few seconds, and then drop off. And I'll just closing comments with the students, and then we'll have a virtual hug it out, and then we're done.
Well, I'll just dive in because I am going to slip away. But I'm really impressed with the work. I think it's an amazing project, and folks have really gone from a kind of precedent diagram, interpreted it different ways, really gone through the process of taking a complex program and turning it into something spatially driven, and interpreting that through multiple representational techniques that are, you know, relatively new to you all. And so I think that it's really positioned you well for your next phase of your education. And I've gotten a lot of pleasure listening to my colleagues and seeing your work.
Thank you. And I promise I didn't pay her to say spatially driven.
I'm with Andrew on that one. It's all about an understanding of space, materials, and program later.
Absolutely.
I would say that thank you so much for inviting me. I enjoyed it so much. I think the result, the exercise is super interesting, but the result and also how I guess Andrew has organized the session with these packets of concepts, I think it's been a joy to discuss all the projects, also making comparison between them. I think the general level is amazing for the projects, for the way they have interpreted concepts and bring it into the space, and also for the level of the drawing. So I want to thank you, the students, and thank you, the studio, and congratulate you, because it's been really, really good. And I think it's been really something that I have enjoyed. So
thank you.
Yeah, this has been a great conversation, and architecture is a lens, but I think a lot about other things, as we all do, through architecture. But one thing that I just want to point out is, agreed, the level of quality of the drawings is really impressive for first year work. Y'all have achieved a level of resolution that I could not have dreamed of at your level of experience. But I did want to point out, and this is both to, this is not to criticize anyone in particular, and it's not to pull anybody, or to like overly congratulate people in particular. You'll see what I mean. This is true for everybody. I think that there's certain work that we've seen in this studio that seemed more resolved, right? And it may have gotten a little bit more, it may have felt like some projects ended up better than others. I think everybody is at a great point, And I think even if your project didn't really fully cohere or resolve at the end, and you kind of knew that in the review, that's fine. This whole thing is about process. I think it's really, really critical to not beat yourself up if your process was more visible than your product, right? Because some people's product was really resolved and that was visible and that was what we spoke about. And for other people, it was the process. The process is what you're here to learn. And you can show that off in a portfolio, even if the product didn't cohere, right? So think about, keep yourself in that space of conversation where it's really about how you're learning to propose and answer your own design questions so that you can pursue your own agenda and so that you have the skills conceptually. Technically, clearly, you have the skills, but conceptually, you're building that process of inquiry so that you can approach and tackle any problem, right? And the more you do that process and become comfortable with that practice of architecture or practice of design, that really will set it up so that you can trust you're going to get a good product out of any problem, regardless of the constraints, regardless of the resources. The process is the thing that it is critical that you take away from your education.
Excellent. All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Team Liles, stay in.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Boom.
Hang on, let me get out of here, y'all.
Yeah,
Can't find my
I was
window.
just about to talk about
Kick me
you.
out. Kick me out.
Kick out chat. Oh, he did it. Good. And